राष्ट्रगान फर्स्ट। जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे, भारत संविधान भारत भाग्य विधाता, पूरब पश्चिम उत्तर दक्षिण, पूरब पश्चिम उत्तर दक्षिण, उत्तर पूर्व उत्तर पश्चिम, दक्षिण पूर्व दक्षिण पश्चिम, विंध्य हिमाचल तावी यमुना, कृष्णा सरस्वती ब्रह्मपुत्र गंगा, उछल जल्दी तिरंगा, गाहे तब जयो गाथा, गाहे तब जयो गाथा, तब सुखना में जागे, तब आशीष मांगे, गाहे तब जयो गाथा, जनगण मंगल दायक जय हे, सर्वधर्म नागरिक भारत संविधान विधाता, जनगण मंगल दायक जय हे, भारत संविधान भारत भाग्य विधाता, जनगण मंगल दायक जय हे, जय हे जय हे जय हे, जय 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 हे, जय भारत, वंदे मातरम। 29th March 2020, another day of seriousness, critical disease around world, and बहुत कुछ हो चुका, many happenings have happened, many bad news have come, news in a sense that whole world is like as if it is stopped, it's facing critical situation, and nobody knows what shall happen after few weeks. It's very critical situation of corona, very critical all over. America super critical, Italy and the German, Greece, many countries are leading in corona. Leader of corona now has become US, and if US cannot encounter it, I don't think we can encounter it. People are alleging China is responsible. Well, it's something else. Human has a tendency to blame each other, despite it has been caused by human itself. Everyone is responsible. Every one of us, all over the world, we are responsible in proportion to our advancement of modern technology, abuse of natural resources, and breaking nature, disintegrating natures by our own methods. So you should not blame each other. There's no meaning at all. No one is mad in this world. People are just spreading new rumors on them. But we have to see our home first, what we have done. As a big country of world, largest democracy, top constitution of world, and top public, top intelligence, top hard workers, everything is top with us, mind wise, body wise, physical wise, and work wise. I don't think someone can compare except China, and we can stand parallel to some extent. But have we done our duty on that? As I used to call sleeping society, really we have proved that we are completely a sleeping society. When I look towards those poor people, I look towards those people who come from lowest profile economically, who earn daily and eat daily. We are middle class, yes, we can manage something for 1 month, 2 months, there's no problem. But those people who have to depend upon daily earning and daily surviving, and nobody thinks for them, it's really strange. It's like no one to care for them from top to bottom. And somebody say they are going for picnic. Strange, well, mads are everywhere, fools are everywhere from top to bottom. These 40 crores or 50 crores expected population of our country, who survive, who thrive on daily management, they can't speak, they can't raise their voice, and we force them to die. Really very, I should not say, I should curse ourselves that we have such public management, such political management. They do not think for anyone, only for those who have money. Middle class, upper middle class, and those high ups, haves, they don't have any concern about anybody. And You think it's right? You think our political leaders, our rulers are right? Believe me, if I deal personally, I can speak anything for them, but I cannot speak all time because after all I am talking to public. Otherwise, I am different person. You may be whatever you are. If you are not doing your duty, I would not spare you. Whoever you are. This is my you can say habit, and this is my decision for me. I can punish myself also if I do wrong. That is my principle. One's mistake can be expected and accepted both, but if you make it every time mistake and mistake and mistake, this means you are careless, you are only publicity person, you don't plan. Everything requires planning. Even if I do a small work, I have to think many times my decision is right or not right. What I am going to decide, shall it work for me or not for me, or for whom I am working, it will work. That capacity I should have. It may take 2% of your time of that project, 5% maximum. But if you take haphazard decision that whatever I said is final and binding on everyone, that is called foolishness. If you don't have any idea, you consult with someone who has that idea. This is also a part of duty. If you are not expert of anything, you have to get some direction from someone. But I don't think in this case some direction was required. You may be chief minister, you may be prime minister. It's a combined duty for both of you because it's emergency time. It's time where whole world is floating in septic water. Whole world is floating. You are not alone. But we are big population. We are not small population. And we are having different atmospheric conditions here which do not support corona. Yet we have abused our conditions. We have allowed millions of people last month to reach our country. Okay, it's right. But your management to screen them has failed. Completely failed. Why? What your people are doing on airports? If you cannot handle that, why you clear them? You think corona has come because of poor people? If you think that, you are in some, you can say, fool's paradise. It is rich people, it is upper middle class people, or it is those people who keep themselves in the air most of the time and they feel pride in that. I was on world tour, I was in that meeting on that country, I took lunch there and dinner there in another country. Those people are responsible for this. Are they paying back to society what they did? Can they pay? These poor, do you think they are responsible? These 30, 40 crore people who work day and night to just get some food, and their landlords, their owners, they live who legislate. What's purpose? Everybody has to answer. Everyone, all over this country. Because you have failed to control. And you are just thumping your back. For what? Now you are providing some buses. 100 buses in UP you have provided. What is 100 buses? One bus can take 60% maximum. So 6,000 persons. And if there are 1 crore person going to UP or 50 lakhs people going to UP, how shall you manage? Why don't you open your trains again? Why don't you open complete bus service for 3 or 4 days? Is it not your duty? What do you want to show? Let people die? 105 years old lady is walking with a stick. You are watching its film. There is no meaning left now for this lockdown. No meaning left. Huge crowd walking on road. You're claiming it's locked down. Can you go and walk with them? What is this? How long people can be fooled? When you planned this, you ordered this, you did not consider this point. If you did not consider this point, this means you are not aware about conditions under which people are working. It's not 10,000 people. It's around 40% population of this country. 30 to 40 crore people work on daily wages from Kashmir to Kanyakumari and otherwise. You do not know that? Then what do you know? This is secret, you think? Did Kejriwal did not know this? Did Kerala minister did not know this? No chief minister did any job on this. Prime minister had been sleeping, enjoying his thali bajao formula, and there is no president in this country, and Supreme Court has gone home on leave. Who is there responsible for this condition? I think only public is responsible, no one else. You are showing only. Now people have left homes and you are showing, you are telling on us, don't charge. They already come out. What do you mean by that? We'll put you in jail, we'll punish you, don't ask for it. Already they have left homes. What does it mean? This means you do not have any information on from ground. Televisions are silent except one or two channels. Only these YouTube people are supplying information. They are providing that and we are depending on, but those are facts. Really, Corona is one problem and super Corona is this. Just think, 30, 40 crore people on road, in 30 degrees, 35 degrees, sleeping on road, walking on road and squatting on road. What shall happen? You can't stop them. They are human beings. They don't have food. They don't have water to drink. They don't have stay to stay. What for your hotels are? Tell me, Prime Minister. What for these government hotels are? What for these buildings which have no occupation now? Could you not use them for 15 days or 20 days or 1 month? After all, these are lying without occupation. Hundreds and thousands of buildings in Delhi itself, in every state, I think. What shall we do? Why don't you provide thousands of people in your own bungalow? Why don't you ask MPs and ministers just to allow these people to stay in there? What shall happen if they stay there? After all, this is public funded building, not your property. All government houses. Whose houses are these? Public funded houses. It's not your own. Are these people not human beings? Why have they forced to go on road? And you are just passing fake news. Everything is in order. Everything is in control. Check Kejriwal, Delhi Chief Minister. That Kejriwal is dead. It's dead now. Real Kejriwal. This is duplicate Kejriwal. There is no concern for human being. Only announcements. Only announcements. Prime Minister announcing. Everybody announcing. 1.7 lakh crore. Divided by population, it's 19 rupees per person. Only 19 rupees per person can help fight Corona. I don't understand what's happening. Government should be with people, should support people, but here no government exists. Only trying, showing, only showing. Talking to someone who came from China, oh, you are happy here, this is Prime Minister's work here. Not concerned about public and see ministers watching Ramayana. See Harshvardhan watching Ramayana and the other minister watching Ramayana, sitting home. Is this time for ministers to sit home? If this is time for a minister to sit home, then thank you very much, government of this country. You are very nice, very efficient. You are efficient. You have power, you have everything. You should go to people and look after them. But no, you won't. So what shall people do? If there is no real security guard there, what shall people do? You told her, I am security guard. You are not security guard. You are personal security only for yourself. Rush on road and you are saying distance, safe distance, 1 meter, 2 meter. Where is that? Go and see. It's not there. Now what? Really, I feel it now. I don't want to feel something. I don't want to calculate something, but I am feeling now that these people provide you crops, and some person was saying these people are going for picnic celebration. Picnic celebration. Yes, you are right. Death is their picnic. The struggle is their picnic. Hunger is their picnic. Yes, you are right. Their picnic is that. Very good definition generated in 2020, following up Corona. New definition of picnic, and that is by BJP, RS, MP. Great people, really. Scientists you are, political scientists. What can I say? Did not expect this, at least from government people, legislative people. Poor are dying, and these are picnic. And if you die, then what happens? What happens then? Gurus are going in Punjab and preaching people, and Guru dies, and 15,000 people are in quarantine. Do you know this in Punjab? Gurus will remove Corona. They will teach people. I don't understand this. We people are different society, really. Of course, others are also more fools than we are. But why should we compare with others? They have their own problems. We are efficient society. We can work hard. We can solve our problems. All riches have gone behind public in rooms. Oh, we are in difficulty. We won't come out. Which rich man is coming out to help public in open? No one is coming out. Police is beating people for nothing. Why have you come out? Why have you come out? Is job of police to beat innocent people? Who are they to beat? By chance, if somebody has come out due to some reason, shall you beat on road? Shall you kick them with your shoes? What type of law it is? You have failed in your control, and now you are beating public. Whose duty is what to consider before announcing this? How could other countries announce in a professional way? African countries announce in a professional way. They provided around 3 or 4 days time before commissioning lockdown. But he immediately came and said, okay, at once you do it. Your at once policy, your at once plan can never work for public. It's not machine that you punch in some item and say it's done. Public is not machine. Public means human being. You don't get it. Okay, people listen to you. It doesn't mean you can do anything. You should accept something government. Unfortunately, you are no government in fact. No government at all. People need something now and you say we'll give you after that date. So how can people trust you? Certainly they will review homes, go. Listen to statements they are making, these people. What to do? If we stay there, we have to die. If we leave home, and we have to die. In both conditions, we have to die. So their option is better go and die at the home. This is the option. They have decision power. They make it. I'm happy that they have a decision power, decision making power, which you don't have. Means they are considering which death is better, to stay where we are, die by corona, or walk and die by blood pressure or by hydration or by something else. Certainly when you are walking with family for 800 kilometers, 500 kilometers, your kids, your wife, yourself, and maybe someone else, some baby maybe you are sleeping. So I don't think you can reach your home in this life. It's a miracle if you reach walking 800 kilometers. And what this high profile VVIP's chief is doing? Every state has chief list. What are they doing? They do not know who is living their state. When all states are sealed under law by parliament or ministry, when all states are sealed, then how it is absolute responsibility of chief minister? Can someone explain to me? It is central responsibility. When you have sealed, ordered everything should be sealed, states will be sealed, then you own responsibility of transmission and movement of these people. Why could you not look into that before announcing your lockdown? You are not locked down public, you have locked down their lives. And unfortunately, people are so scared by corona and by government that their mouths have been locked also. All those who have courage, they only write only and criticize each other and appreciate someone who has failed in his duty. They appreciate that. I think people have become slaves. Some people. Slaves mentality has been achieved by certain society. They don't want that others are also human beings. There is no place of politics in current situation. Politics mean nothing here. No meaning of politics. Because this disease has reached to politicians also, and I expect it will reach to more politicians. It should. I think this teacher has come from nature. A teacher has come who is teaching all those big folks who think they are owners of this world and slapping on each head of state, directly or indirectly, with thumping announcement. You ill-mind people, you have crumbled nature, you have destroyed nature, and I will destroy you now. That's the fact. It impacted Prime Minister of England, it impacted German lady, and it impacted Malaysia royals. You might have heard news. It is reaching those levels. And it impacted Charles of UK. Probably Trump is invited, maybe, possibly. And all others. It will cover all others. I think it's nature, it's nature's work, it's nature's jurisdiction now, not yours. Your nature is feeling pain, Mother World is feeling pain. On not Bharat Mata only, Vishwa Mata, Prithvi Mata. Prithvi Mata is feeling pain by sins committed by each and every one of us, and particularly by riches who are looting Prithvi, all riches of this world. Directly or indirectly, one from other, they have robbed that mother. So it would happen. Temperature is varying in such, every day it's varying, and that is real problem. Yesterday it was 22 in morning, now I am 16 today in morning. If 16 in morning and 30 or 32 daytimes is variation of 15 degrees, it's a big impact. It's not a gradual variation. What do you say in that? Is then rain also, and people say it's not. It's rain because actually it's not rain. It's chemical process of chemicals contained by air, which by come down and go again, come down and evaporate. This is happening. I think that is only reason these chemicals are appearing in form of corona. I think so. My unjustified calculations tell me that it's because of that, and there is no other way that it can come out, because we cannot understand everything. Well, what I am saying that actually I never expected that there is no management in this country. Of course, I am not talking of others. You see what these Qatar guys are doing. Qatar, which is a small peninsula, but a rich country. I respect them because I also worked there for 6 years in Qatar. Good management. But now what they are doing? One problem, they did not respect labor. They put them in labors where they were. Other point is, they have 2022 games, international games. They are more interested in games than in human beings. Games can be postponed, but not human beings' lives. These people have become cruel. It's completely shut down, except construction work of games, components, buildings, stadiums. They don't care for human beings. People are working there. Workers are working there from our country, other countries, and one mask has been given, that's it. Is it right that they should work in this environment? What is thinking of them? There was a report that they are working day and night, and there's no one to look after that. Why Qatar has become a problem now? A responsible country, a responsible management of Qatar is allowing people to die, and nobody speaks because everybody is in problem. So who bothers about people? When Johnson is in problem, when Charles is in problem, when others are in problem, why should they bother about public? Means directly they are throwing people on their own. They are announcing only budgets, provisions, this is what we'll do. And that budget will not come now. It's not come, even you have money now, today you can't buy commodity, it's not available, then what's part of the budget? And now people are, oh, this lockdown shall not apply to crops people. You were sleeping before. You are announcing now that this lockdown shall not apply to crop people, those workers who work in fields. You did not know this before. You did not know people are working on construction. You knew nothing. Now, if you don't have such statistical informations about our country, what is the meaning of chief minister? What's the meaning of prime minister? Means you are just in position only, that's it. And police is acting as police is prime minister, police is president, police is judge, police is police, everything police. Come on and beat people. Beat people, old people, veteran people. Who are you, police? What do you mean by beating them? Even judge can't beat them. No one can beat them. But you throw beating on road by their shoes, by standing on that body. This is treatment by police. Are you animal? This is conduct of police. And people are silently watching it. Really, it is an inhuman country, I can say. I saw a video of Bahrain. Police is going to every home, to every vendor, telling them how you should conduct, how you should react, and there is translator with them, Arabic police, and there is Hindi translator, Urdu translator, or some other language translator. They are telling everybody you have to act like this, and the other guy is translating them in the language. That is visual. You first educate people what they have to do. You are saying maintain social distance. Yes, that's right. Did you teach them what is social distance? Is everybody qualified in this country? Know that. Okay, I understand. You understand. Is necessary everybody can understand. You should teach them, rather beat them. Did you teach them? Did you ask them what's their problem? When there's a pressure, people are running away, walking on the road. When people starting writing on Facebooks and others and crying, only then your eyes opened, not before that. Before that, you're happy. Everything is under control. But I don't understand how should we speak about this. Now they have known, after I think crores of people are out. They beat people. Why you're coming in this milk van? Investigate why they are coming, from where they got in. Is it an issue to be investigated? Shame unto you, you controllers. You don't understand why people are coming from Kerala. They are coming, and they have to go to Bihar or UP or some other state, and you have to investigate that from where they got in. Don't you understand they are human beings? Because you are not allowing something. That's why in goods train they have given. They are using goods train containers. What to do? Open containers, bogies. They enter there. They have to move. As much as we can use this transport, they are using. That's it. If they get truck, they are getting truck. They are getting truck. It's unofficial, of course, but they have to reach their homes because you forgot that they have to reach their homes. You thought everything is automatic. Your announcement means everything works automatically. It's automatic plant. Robots are there, they will control everything. That was your mental mechanism. Means you consider everything is ideal, all is well. That formula you adopted, all is well, and automatically moldable, automatically finishable, automatically settleable. That formula you adopt, which is not practical. You were never poor, you don't know what is struggle poor people face in life. You don't understand that. And that is bad luck for us that we have such ministry in this country at a state level as well as central level. Still they are not clear what's happening. 100 buses, I think 100 or 150, how much that gets. Even if there is 100 bus you employ from Anand Vihar in Delhi to go to roads or UP, or people are going to UP, people are going to Bihar, people are going to Rajasthan, people are going to Gujarat, go from Gujarat to Rajasthan, from there, everywhere there is transition movement. How can they go? Means this shall create another panic, another problem. Of course, they are strong, stronger than ministers in body. They are more stronger than you and me because they are working hard. They are hard workers, they work in sun. Their bodies are more imminent, more immune than we are. Yet, food is a must. Precaution is a must. But they are not taken. They say we have to die anyway. They say we are going to die. So better die on road, die at home rather than sitting there. Where is food? They have food, no food in home where they stay. They have no food in road. What you are giving now, police? A small biscuit packet, a small juicy. Now they are giving that to some only some. There are thousands and thousands. Kids, children, who will give milk to kids? They are sitting as we have not taken food for 3 days, 4 days. 3 days, no food, no money. If you pay rent to honor, we have no money to eat. So better leave home, go. I would do the same, believe me. If I am in that position, that critical condition, my decision will be same. And I accept their decision. Because they have taken intelligent decision despite they are not intellectuals. It is a better decision they have taken to leave that place, because problem was not that they could not pay and honor said leave. Honor was scared of them. House honor is scared. Why to take risk keeping these people here? Questioning not of rent. That is nonsense. Chief Minister is understanding, don't ask for rent. It's no rent question. Maybe I am impacted upon by his says if he gets this, I may be impacted. That's the problem. That's a precautionary measure. Honor is not interested in money. Honors are interested to get rid of these people. Fact is that all honors around our country, they are interested in that. Money doesn't mean anything at this moment. Life is more important. And all riches are worried about their lives. And they are created this problem. It is they who procured, who imported this problem. This is person to person airborne problem. They used flights, came here. 12 lakh persons, 12 lakh people came from overseas last month. And Punjab, how many? Thousands and thousands. They generally stay in Canada, overseas, Gulf, everywhere. So I don't say that they should come here, but no procedures were followed at airport, and after having crossed, procedures were defied, and this result is that now this has entered phase 3. Generally it has entered, actually it entered phase 3 that day when PM announced, but we did not understand that. PM also didn't understand. It's always phase 3. I mean to say stage 3. Now it's coming. Now people are walking on road, so 100% is they will spread or they will get. Maybe they are strong, yet it can happen. After kids are also there. Kids are not that immune to this. Girls are there, females are there. So there are 100% chances that this is another epidemic, not pandemics but national epidemics. We are 132 crore people, 130, 40 crore, whatever, and these are 40 crore people. I don't know, 40 or 30, but economy moves because of them. Remember, our 70% economy moves because of them. And also, organized workers are there, office working persons are there. I have seen many people during talking through channels that I am working in office here, I am working in a factory closed, so I have to come out. No way to, they say, okay, leave these residences also. Because we are not sure when it will open and we are not sure how long can we stay here. Means this is a kind of indirect attack on people. Failure of government resulted in virtual attack on public. Did our Prime Minister not know that such conditions, such aggression can come from these operations, these factories, industries and construction area? If you cannot anticipate that, this way you have no vision. And you are talking of that we will do in this age, in this year, we will do this much in 2013 and we will do this much. How, on what basis? People are there in your eyes. Therefore you cannot understand that problem. Why I am stressing? Because it is. Economy is further going to collapse. People are going to die. And what you are giving? 1.7 lakh crore to 130 crore people. Divide and see how much it comes. And compare with what America has done. Compare with that. Where do you stand? And after all, where this money shall go? What plan you have? You have not worked out. Can't you work out? This is economical package. This is not corona control package. Regarding corona, I don't blame anybody because it's failure all over the world. You are exempted also there. Because only failure was that you did not understand in time. You did not understand when bullet came to you. You don't understand that. You are busy in Trump. You are busy in something else. You are busy in NPR, CA and all that. You wasted your time there rather than leaving them to their own. You were just worried how these people should leave road and go. That was your objective rather than thinking of how to fight with corona. It's not new. It started December. We knew it was in January. But you were more interested how to plan to welcome Trump. That was your point. How to remove these people who are revolting against you relating to CA and NPR and NRC. That was your objective rather than think of future or how shall we manage. That is where you failed actually. Your focus was different. You did not think of national issues, international issues. You are focusing here, and same thing Trump did. He did not listen to anybody. So here I keep on same level Trump and Modi. Both are same. No difference at all. One is US, one is Bharat. Mental level is same. They don't accept their mistakes. Trump doesn't accept his mistakes. Now he is down. He is going to China now. Please help me. Now he is not talking of taxes. He is not talking of balance of payments, of balance of trade payment. He is not talking of that. He said, no, we handle corona first because he is being beaten by his people. He is being abused by society. But they are Americans. They can speak. They are not like us coward slaves. They are not like that. They can speak. They are Americans. This is different. And we are Indian. Bharatvasis, we will please relay Ramayana. You are worried about Ramayana, Mahabharat. And this Mahabharat happening with corona, with people. This is also Mahabharata and Ramayana. You want to see Ramayana. You are sitting, minister sitting there, Ramayana. This is Ramayana time, you think? Or this is Mahabharata time? But because we have to keep your mind isolated, keep busy, don't talk about us, don't talk about our failures. And people are watching, oh, Ramayana is coming, let's say, man, people are dying, you are not concerned about that. You are concerned about entertainment. And this is our character. People are getting aggressive everywhere, all over the world. Don't think everything idle. Every news is not coming. France, people are aggressive. In Russia, people are aggressive. Of course, there is comeback by government, but how far? It's nothing new that people are aggressive here, there too, but with different reasons. In UK, people are aggressive. Where is my salary? You think they are silent, they are idle? And I am sure this is drama by Johnson. Johnson is playing drama. Keep in isolation so that nobody asks him anything. They are demanding salaries. What we eat? And here, forget salary. Come on, leave my home and go. If there should be clean order, clean, duly thought, calculated instruction by government that these are points you have to follow. Just not thali bajao. You think it will be controlled? When we do something practically, we have to take into our consideration hundreds of points where can be impacted upon by this. But here, no thought. He wanted to even continue parliament. He was interested in parliament. What did parliament give? Nothing. Foolishness. All time wastage. Somebody warned him also from opposition. In February, he didn't listen. Rahul Gandhi warned. Rahul Gandhi is a pappu for them. No problem. But you have mind. Did UN didn't warn you? WHO didn't warn you? You did not listen to anybody except your own. Because you are not used to accept others. You think that you have to lead others. Saudi talks to China, US talks to China, German talks to China, Spain talks to China. Are they fools? Okay, China is responsible or not responsible, that is something else. But China has experience now for this problem. So you have to learn from him. Sometimes, at least informatively, you know information of what way China handled this. So you customize it to your way. Because it is no time. You have to hammer hard iron. You don't know which point you have to hammer it. That point you can know from an aggrieved party, from person already suffered. And remember, understand, China is very big country, but this was localized problem there in 2 or 3 states only. Whereas US is completely affected. We are completely affected. England is completely affected. We are having major problem because China controls in beginning. It sealed those states. So this could not spread to all other states. But we were sleeping. Come on, go wherever you want to go. Only rich people created this problem. Only rich people. You send your people to get from Iran, say they brought. You brought people China, they brought. All people brought to our country this problem. So, who is responsible? You did not take protective measures, which must have been taken. Just to declare and I don't go. Is this a way? Just declare. Still, you are not testing everybody. So it's not possible. How can you say, I don't have this disease? Because I say, in some countries, they are examining, investigating everyone. Take Iran, to which everybody thinks is a foolish country, they are investigating every citizen, though they are, you are call them terrorists, America call them terrorists, whatever you call them. That country has released many prisoners because they don't want, wherever there's crowd it will happen. So lucky are prisoners who are getting released from everywhere. Why I am giving example of Punjab? Because we people are orthodox. We are depending on gurus. We are depending on temples. That person went to 4 or 5 villages, and yesterday that person died, that guru, because of corona. And they affected 15,000 persons are in now quarantine. They have been tested positive, many of them. This means we are just living in another world. This is scientific problem, requires scientific solutions, not imaginary religious solutions, because religion is always imaginary, no evidence of any God in this world. Evidence is this corona itself is a God against, or negative God you can say. This is evidence. Why do you want to search for God when there is already there? So I have to say that we have to understand our problem first and be ready for solution, with solution, but we don't have. People are walking on road in Delhi to leave, go to UP border, and you see DTC buses are running and they are not picking up those people. At least you can drop up to border. Buses are going without passengers. Kejriwal's buses. There's no instruction that people are walking around. At least take them, leave them somewhere 40-50 kilometers so that they can reach there. But no, people are walking, buses are moving. This is management. This is management of Delhi. If Delhi is like that, how can you expect other states to proficiently manage? Can they? Delhi rule is governed by an LG and an IIT graduate. I don't understand what he learned in IIT. Believe me, I am cursing him now. He is IITian as well as IRS. And he claims so many things. I have done this, I have done this, I have done this. You cannot understand the problem. I don't know how did you that. If such high qualified person cannot estimate what problem is, cannot assess. This is a problem thing. You are using bus without passengers. Those who are moving, at least instruct drivers to take them and drop them. What's the problem with that? And you are saying everything is fine in Delhi. I have arranged food for 4 lakh public. You don't know how many people are there in Delhi who have come from UP, come from Bihar, come from Punjab, come from Haryana, from many other states. You don't have any statistics how many people you have. And what sort of chief minister you are? And what sort of home minister he is? There is no home minister at the moment. Home minister is missing. People say, people joke that home minister disappeared. He was there for CA, he was there for NPR, he was for that one was there. Now when real CA has come, he is not there. Corona attack is CA. That this moment is not there. I don't understand. Our citizens are being taken for granted to die. So if you want to save yourself. There is no government. If a government cannot provide you transport when you need it, cannot provide you residence when you need it, cannot provide you food when you need it, then there is no meaning of government. Whichever government is there, Congress government or BJP government, for me it's no meaning. Congress is also sleeping. Congress should be aggressive, but they have not proved that they are aggressive people. By statements only, by press conference only. Speak something on press conference and my job is over. You are opposition, oppose properly, hold government by throat and say to them, do it or we push you out, resign, go out of this. Oppose properly, don't worry. If you do your job, people will be with you. And if you act, I am diplomat, I am Gandhian, I am this, you can't do this. Is not Gandhi's time. Gandhi's time finished. It's action time. Every time Gandhi policy cannot be applied because people are killers. People are killers. So you can't submit to them. You have to encounter them. You are not able to encounter. Unfortunately, no opposition is in fact opposition. Everybody is trying to submit to someone. Point of slavery still has amplified rather than being removed or eliminated. This is what is happening. This is my contemplation as a person, as a citizen, as a professional. I don't understand why some people are sleeping, those who should speak. I respect doctors. I respect medical staff. They are working. They have been working in government sector. I don't understand about private sector. Private must have been nationalized by now for 1 or 2 months, but Modi did not do that. I don't understand why he did not do that. I don't understand why Modi has not taken over hotels till now with all vacant and allowed public to use that on ad hoc basis. Government did not do that. Government did not take any action where it was supposed to do when Johnson can do that. Why we cannot do that? After all, these are public properties. Government hotels are public properties. Resorts are there on highways. What for this appeal? Let people stay with them. Provide food. But for that, you should understand what is socialism. This is socialism. It is not socialism. Let them walk and die. Is that socialism? This is indirect terrorism. Another phase of terrorism. You are letting them die by self-destruction. There is no terrorist. Terrorist has entered their minds to let them kill. Die yourself. Option is, I want to die by walking, because I'm not going to reach 1000 kilometers to Bihar. You can't reach, even a healthy person can't reach, except with their support. Somebody is behind them, giving food every 4 hours, giving some drink every time. This small person, baby, somebody put on cycle, tied of handle, this baby sleeping on way. Can you think the person that takes 600 kilometers with that baby on cycle? Somebody is driving his rickshaw, goods carrying rickshaw, all luggage on rickshaw, and that person is walking and driving it for 500 kilometers to Bihar from Delhi. I am really surprised that people can decide like this. Great decision. Of course, this is not calculated, but there is no way out. And those who are required to decide on this, they haven't sleeping. They only statements from their rooms, only statements. That's all. I have ordered this, I have ordered this, I'll pay you 1000, I'll pay you this. Only announcements. When shall you pay 1000? And what shall they, when they die, what shall they do with that? Now when public stone on your heads, you are allowing some buses, 100 buses, 150 buses. How many buses you don't know? Oh, take out the whole system, open it for them. It's complete exodus. It's not gradual one. 40 crore people want to go back. 40 crores people or 30 crores people, they want to go back within 2 or 3 days. So just see how much you need. You don't know how much you need. You don't have that system, I know. You don't have that. That's fact. You can't speak clearly. You are just trying to whitewash this problem, paint this problem. Oh, okay, take them. PM said, Minister said, all Chief Minister help them. What shall Chief? Open borders. You think this border shall stop Corona? It's already come. Corona has been your family member for a few days. We have already brought it. Already has come. You have to handle it now, fight with it. There's no other way. And this will augment. This, another problem of exodus from cities to villages, I mean say re-immigration, reverse immigration, whatever intelligent people calling it, this will further aggravate this problem. And you will find people dead more than dying by corona, dying of corona. You will find possibly crores of people will die, then who is responsible for them? This is time that you do everything. Prime Minister, you are responsible for that. And President, you are also responsible for that. No other responsible. I don't blame Chief Ministers here because you have close borders. Means if a bus goes from Delhi, it can drop only to Delhi border. Then another bus should be there, or UP. Then should go and then on some other border. This is happening. What to do? It's law. So what should be done? 3 or 4 days you have to completely open railways and buses. Complete. Or take these people, let them put in hotels. Let them stay there. Can you do that? How many hotels are there? How many resorts are there? How many MP houses are there? How many ministers' houses there? And how many persons you can accommodate in PM house? Do that. Can you? Are you so courageous? You are not. You are not courageous. You are only a speaker. Excellent speaker for nothing. I am speaking because I am taking risk. I know you can take action against anybody. But in Corona, everybody is at risk. So let us add risk to risk. What's problem? Super risk. What is written, my luck shall happen. I can't stop that. So you can take action, no problem. But I will not stop myself from expressions. I would speak because I am not slave of your command. I am speaking. I shall write and speak. Let somebody do anything, whatever you want to do. Life has to end one day. Let it end today, no problem. Let it end today. But my conscience shall be happy at least that I could not see what was happening. But you can see because you have time for film stars, you have time for industrialists, you have time for everybody except these poor people who actually brought your party to power. And you know who these are? In construction industry, middle class people do not work. Educated people do not work. Engineers, doctors only supervise. Who work there? Have you ever analyzed who are majority of these workers in industry? Who make your houses? Who make your factories? Who make your industries? Who are they? They are all deprived class. SC, ST, OBC, minorities. No upper middle class. No Brahmins. No Guptas. Only these poor people who have always been deprived of their social rights, which is only a result that socialism has been included in our law. But you have still deprived them. All your owners of houses, they are not down, they are upper people. Because this is their business to keep people on rent and make money. Everybody is not that, only riches, upper middle class. Upper middle class is your class, they are your direct supporters, and industrialists and riches are your controllers because they pay you, and these people do not pay you anything. That's why you ignored them. This is in your mind. This is your sabka saath sabka vikas minus this section of people, which is around 50-60 crores. These are not for you because you know maybe they don't vote you. Your mind is vote, not life of people. That is only problem. If your mind is for helping people, it just can take 1 or 2 minutes and you can decide. Suggestions are there. Lessons are also available from other countries. But because those people think That's the only difference. Those people are little so civilized, and we are not. Our ministers are not civilized. Our ministers speak something considering how Prime Minister will think. That's only restriction. Those people do not that. Speak means to speak. Finish. That is mistake. Trump cannot speak against his people. And if he did something and people started attacking him, so he stopped his policy. England people are fighting with Johnson now. Why don't you relate to EU? Why you are against EU? Now they are saying Johnson is against EU, always he was against EU. He never wanted that they should be part of EU. And now he is resisting on that. I am. But people are saying, no, this is not that time. This is not time for fighting with EU, because EU can help you for medicines. There's no medicine. There's no medicine in England, and there's no medicine in US. Go and see worst conditions of America as far as health is concerned, and you say they are excellent in health. This is excellence. They are number one now in corona. Yesterday 110,000 and 1800 people have died. They may cross Italy. Italy has crossed 10,000. They will maybe 50,000. See, I'm telling you, they shall cross 50,000 possibly, because already 1 lakh, already so many cases have been there, and there's no medicine. They don't have ventilators. America, superpower of world. If it can happen with them, but people are not like that. They are asking questions, they are fighting. Governor says, I shall not lock down this state. Governor says, I will not lock down this state because I have no proper facilities to feed them. If I lock down, it's my duty to provide them food. I have no such infrastructure, I can provide them food. But here we assume they will get food. This is only difference. We have no infrastructure, we have no plan, and we have no food. What happened in Bengal, Calcutta? Drivers stopped collecting milk from Amul because this is plastic. Oh, there can be chances that it has coronavirus. They just collect for a few days. People are scared. People don't understand till now, majority of people, what actually it is. They don't understand because nobody taught them. Means education is absent. January has gone, February has gone, March has already gone. Clear picture is not available with us. Public, actually what they should do. What is social distancing? What is this virus? How it can affect you? What precautions you have to take? This is not known to people as I have understood. I talk to many people who are clearly public people, not very well educated. They don't understand anything. Oh, just panic. Put mask or put clothes and go. See, nothing will happen to me. Without knowing what actually is happening. Nobody has clarified that this is not airborne, but people are considering it is airborne. So this is panic. Something has certain properties, nobody is explaining that. See, when you say something, you at least explain to them what it is. That is a part of education. This is job of social activists, this is of doctors, this is job of social servants, or whoever they are, or educated people. Educated people only listen, they don't go through analysis of news and understand that. This is something new. It's duty of every educated person at least to try to understand what this problem is, or just to run away from the lock yourself in, don't go out. You cannot help like this, believe me. You can't handle this like this. Because problem is not big as panic is big. The scale of panic is multiplied. But problem is still there. If you are more and more entering in panic stage, you can never solve this. You will increase, enhance this problem. Same thing happens in America. Same thing happens everywhere. People are not clear, but lockup is going on, lockdown is going on everywhere. If you don't do this, we'll impose this penalty. Is that solution? Arab, they are imposing penalties and penalties and penalties. It's not foolishness. Can you charge that money from that person? Means this is completely foolishness. I will charge you 500,000 reals. It's a sensible decision. Can you recover that money? Just think on. Even if you are sheikh, you can't pay that. How can you expect from a citizen who is just an employee in your country? Can you charge that? He can't pay. So why are you taking such impractical decisions? Because they are all using this blank, empty, completely empty. Today this order, tomorrow that order, after 2 hours this order, then this order. And then sitting together and talking without any result. They G20 sat there because it's part of G20 headed by KSA for this purpose, and the result is zero, no result. Okay, we have to walk together. There's no need of meeting that if you are together. You are conducting a video conference of 20 countries, 20 head states are there. You are then going to China again. Why are you going to your enemy if you think China is your enemy? But you are, because you have no other solution. Then act properly, study properly. China proved that it's a competent country. It did not allow it spread to whole country. That is beauty here. But without any control, we spread everywhere from Kenya to Kapila. We allowed it. Whole America is under attack. America allowed it. Neither we cared for, nor America cared for. Trump was advised beginning by scientists, by doctors, by all, take care. Oh no, I know what is corona. Don't worry about this. It still is saying. Next week I'll open. What sort of leaders are they? I don't understand. I am trying to understand what sort of leaders they are. Are they really leaders? Are they what to be called leaders? If some question is asked, you say Obama is responsible. If you ask question of Modi, Congress is responsible. Is this a way? No, what for you are responsible? Just to remove the answer on seat. When some problem comes, that person is responsible. Otherwise, I did this. You are taking every credit Trump. You are saying I'm worried about balance of payments, balance of trade deficit. I am worried about Mexico immigrants. I am worried about this. You are instructing Europe, do this. You are instructing Iran, do this. You are instructing China, do this. But what about your own problems? Who will instruct that? You are also a drama, Trump. You are also drama. You want people should be there to welcome you. That is your objective. You told your people, you are only 5,000. You are nothing. I was welcomed by 1 crore people. Means you are also hungry for your welcome, warm welcome, greatest welcome in India I was given. Means you are hungry for nothing. You cannot represent your country, Trump, now. People are not with you. People are not with you. They are against you. Of course, you have given 2 trillion aid. This is not real aid. This election aid, election stunt. Nothing else. You are not spending that money now. Only announcement. Just like happening here. Only announcement. Those who really work, they work. They don't announce. Those who really work, they don't announce. They do it. Those announce, they run away after announcement. Bharat is not an engineering mind country. It's only political mind country. That's all. Otherwise, these people would not be on road if they use their engineer's mind. They don't understand problems. They don't, assess problems in advance. If you cannot look ahead what shall happen after 3 months or 1 month or 2 months, you cannot do anything. If you can't develop that mind. because you are not working for yourself, you are working for others. You should be more careful. If you are thinking of you are working for yourself, you can take any risk. We don't mind that. But you are using money of public for public. Don't forget that. It's not your money. You have to decide right in right time. Just like we say, right man for right job. Your decisions will be right decision for right time, which is called quality decision. That decision is missing, and that is unfortunate. And now it's out of control. It has gone out of control. Corona is out of control, and public is out of control, because this is real public. Not that we are sitting behind, or that's not real public. They are public whose lips are sealed. That public is not active public but sleeping public. And these people were worried, so they left their homes. You may call anything, but I think they took right decision, because there is no government to support them. What to do? They waited for 2 days, 3 days. Nobody came to them even to ask for water or milk or food. So what would they do? They told press people, we waited for 2 days, 3 days, whatever money we had. So if we stay more, we have to pay rent to honor. If we pay rent to that honor, we have nothing to eat, no money to, I have zero payment, I have no money today in my pocket. What shall I do? It's right. After all, they are poor. Somebody earns 200, somebody earns 300 a day, and there are 4 people, 4 persons in family. It's difficult for them to survive. It's not difficult, impossible actually to survive. So they had to decide like this. And everybody, when we have some problem, we also decide. So I support their decision, and government must support them. Government is bound to support them, because after all, they are citizens of this country. You have to provide them all transportations so that they go back to their homes safe, and you examine them before that about sickness, about corona. This is your responsibility. And then extend food support or whatever support, or arrange for them where they are. That's another option. Arrange accommodation there, arrange by tents or arrange by whatever means, through resorts or through hotels or through empty flats or whatever is there, or even bogies of railways. You have to support them, or else you are not doing your job. Just announcing that you help them, you are just okay, chief needs to help them. It's not help, it's responsibility. You are not doing any obligation by saying help them. They don't need your help, they want you have to do your duty. That's a part of your duty. It's not simply help them. They are not beggars. It is your job. And this is the right time. You are under test government. All governments, I'm telling, central government and state governments, you are under your test examination. This is your examination. If you fail here, you will be out from this administrative business. Time has gone now. Imagination time has gone now. It's a question of life and death. And we don't care for government in that case, whoever you are. We don't listen to your instructions if your instructions are not coming in time. If your instructions only instruction on speech, not in actions. Implementation process must be there, which is absent. So what sort of government you are? Cover up government? Just like Trump is doing cover up? Yesterday I was surprised to see statement of Trump. Oh, I did not discuss with him any trade. Now you are coming to down shoes. Or your mind never comes out of trade. 200 US billion, trade is balanced, give me that. No, he did not talk anything about trade. Because he is death on head. He thinks I'm going to die if China doesn't tell me what to do. China didn't mind it. Okay, there's no question of it. Come on, I'll help you. Then Suleiman, what's his name? KSA King, he called. Then Greece called. Then Spain called. Go and sit in KSA and talk on G20. Means you have called him enemy. They are putting his photo as he himself is Corona, Jai. And now you are again asking that boy, give me help. I want what you tackled. Why you are asking him? Why you are asking him? No, you are intelligent, solve yourself. But because you are all politicians, there is no religion for a politician, there is no ethics for a politician. Politics means ethicless act. I understand now. Politics, no ethics in politics. Politics is no ethics at all. Politics means no ethics, no honesty, no sincerity, no faithfulness, nothing. That is politics, modern politics, all over world. He is fighting in Venezuela for nothing. He has no relation to members. He wants his person there, Jaido. He wants that person there. It's their internal matter. Why you are poking yourself in there? It's not your country, but you want your men there. When Afghan beat your people, you want to run away from there. And you say, I am world leader. He himself said, I am Corona president. Now where is Corona president? See, means if you study about some people, you will know more and more. They created problems themselves. Themselves they created problems. Johnson created problems himself. Trump created problems himself. And we created problems ourselves. China created problem, but China controlled it. By chance, if there's some problem in life, even by your mistakes, say. But if you are able to combat that problem, it works. Because mistake can be in anybody. We all make mistakes. China might have done something. I don't know, you don't know, you know evidence. That is later issue. But question is, he did not allow that negative actions, that negative, didn't allow spread of corona to other states. But now every country has allowed. There is no medical facilities in Italy. There's no medical facility in Spain. There's no medical facility in America. I mean, it is a required facility. England, every country has failed because of attention, because of timely action, and because of health facilities. All are suffering from that, and we are also one of them. We are no different. Pakistan is same, all are same. But we are not serious also. That's another problem. Even if we get something, we announce it as if we have won whole world. This is our habit. If we do little, we say, oh, we have won whole world. Our people are not serious, that's the problem. We don't care for poor people, that's another problem. What is sense in throwing them out of houses, you tell me? Okay, you are owner of house, agreed. That person has been staying there for years, that person is paying you rent and you are accepting that. So what happened today? Leave my home and go. And that employer, we employed them, come on, take this 1,000 rupees and go. This means there is no control from government, from administration. And now you are under some control from UP. We will not allow this. Already they are gone. So what's the meaning of your announcement? No meaning. You are just trying to show that I have taken action. I have given the 1,000 rupees. Where is 1,000 rupees? And what is the purpose of that? What shall that person do? He is not there. What shall person do? I don't understand. Such is first time in my life and maybe all your life that we have to think a lot for others. It's not normal time. People are completely mixed up in minds. Nobody is clear because problem is unclear. Problem is completely unclear and whole world is affected. That's another beauty of this problem. It's not epidemic, it's pan-epidemic. Africa, only one country is not yet, only one country, and that is Yemen. Because Yemen is like in isolation already. People don't go there. No travel, no tourists go there. It's war area. For last 5 years under war. And very small countries are also like Egypt has been affected. How many cases? Small number of cases. Lebanon is affected. All these countries, very, very small, tiny, Libya type country. War zone is affected. So it has gone to every part of world approximately, and some people are in lockdown, some are not. But our lockdown actually failed. It's failed. When your 40 crore people are on roads, you cannot say that your lockdown is successful. Maybe you are happy that's successful, but it has not worked perfectly. It has already failed. I was surprised. People are in crowd yesterday, shoulder to shoulder, and the police is watching them. Don't go, don't cross this point. Police told them don't cross this point, and police is watching. They are in crowd, congested, touching each other. Don't come out, step here. Madness, nothing else. Complete madness. This is a perfect definition of madness. Means it doesn't look nice to see that, to speak like that, but because they are human beings, and I am from that field where human being is more valuable than something else. If these people are not there, you will not sit in your houses, you have to stay in tents. Because without these people, you cannot make houses. That is the beauty of their power. Maybe they have no money, they have no good clothes, they have no good houses, but they are making public houses, your industries, your factories. Without their input, you are nowhere. This facility is not available in USA. This facility is not available in Gulf countries. This was available because they were brought there. If this facility is available only in our country or neighboring countries, this cheap economical labor is available, and that is only a reason that we are having maids in houses, we are having servants in houses, we are royal that we don't take a teacup ourselves. We ask, get me a cup of tea, cook my food, wash my car, do this and do that, and we are all royals. It's because of these people, not because of you are having that. You can afford them because they are not charging you what England charges, that's not charging what USA charges. How much a tradesperson charges here? 700 rupees, 800 rupees. Go to England and see £100 a day a skilled guy charges. Can you afford £100 a day? £100 a day. You have to pay if you want service of a carpenter or a mason. This means 7,000 rupees a day. That's why they cannot afford, and we can afford here. You have to study all records, all parameters. I had many friends, I used to interact with them like this. One said, I was on vacation for 21 days. I constructed my balcony walls. I hired one carpenter and mason, and I worked as helper myself to help him because I saved £70 when I worked myself helper. This is their condition. So in that condition, you are better, you are placed in a better system, better way. You are getting that economical benefit because of this section of society. And you condemn that section of society, get lost, you vacate my home. Your home was constructed by these people, and you are so prideful now. You get lost, and you charge rents for many years or months. So who shall look into that? Now there is no meaning of looking. They lost trust. They lost trust. Trust building is very important. Kejriwal lost their trust. Modi lost their trust. All chief ministers lost their trust. Police lost public trust. You only beat people. This is your job. You are not explaining to people. You are only explaining. Beat them so they automatically understand. Gulf people are making restrictions because of something else. I know they cannot charge that penalty, but they think at least people shall remain, careful. That's only purpose. I know them very well. They know they are not interested in your money. The real charge penalties just try to scare you that remain locked down, because they do not want to take undue liabilities. Emigrants are their responsibility per international law, and if they have to pay compensations to them, it shall become another problem for all Gulf governments. But here We are already liable to them. Whether we put penalty or we don't impose penalty, your liability exists. But there is conditional. So they just want to get rid of that problem in future. That's why in some countries, Kuwait has already said, please leave this country and go. We are closing down the schools. Teachers, you may kindly go. I told you before also. They are ready to afford their salaries for that period, but they are not ready to afford liabilities, because liabilities are thousands times in salary. So indirectly, they are saving, and other hand also, see, we allowed you vacation, you enjoyed your vacation, you are welcome back. They will say that. It's both ways. They will say, I have done this service to you, I provided you salary without work. Means both ways they are happy. Person is happy, teacher is happy that I was home, so I got salary, and this country is happy that I got myself rid of international liabilities. Means that is intellectual decision one way, only a threat, warning, I'll charge you this. Nobody charges. Now they are releasing prisoners. You see what they will put in jail. Shall you put in jail? They are all Iran is releasing prisoners. Many other countries are releasing. Europe is, they do not take liabilities. They don't want to take any liabilities. Okay, no problem, go out. Look, prisoners are happy now. I know only 30,000, 50,000 prisoners Iran has released. Now he's released all those who are sent, Americans go back, all go back. We don't need you, go out. So Corona has brought happiness to those people, which were never thought of. The Iran would release us. Go from here. We don't keep you here. It's an obligation as well as responsibility. Free we are. Now why should we take your responsibility? So Corona is good for them. At least they are free without any problem, without any pressure from England or pressure from Canada or pressure from US. They are free. Means where luck works, you see. Now even if they die by Corona, that's different. But they got one opportunity to run, to get set free. Now I am telling you all this because complete cloud it is. It's complete cloud. There's nothing visible. Now only miracle can happen. Till now, scale is very fast, multiplication is very fast. It's exponential scale, it's not ordinary scale. We used to call log scale before, but it's exponential scale. If America can cross 1,10,000, maybe it's 1 million one day, who knows? Maybe in 1 week they get to 500,000, then 1 million, and then if you average take 10% losses, generally 10% losses I think will happen immediately. Just like Italy, 10,000 gross, more than I think 10% maybe. How many in China? For 3,500. So you may say, let us consider 10%. If there's 1 million patients, so how many are there? 1 lakh. And here we have just started. We have not closed it. Date of start has come. Now it's moving further and further. And we have unrecorded patients. Nobody knows. Maybe 20% of these people walking on road become patient. If they, possibly. We say 30 crore people move out, take 10% of them, 30 crore. 10%, 3 crore. Just calculate. 3 crore, 10% and 5%, 1.5 crore. There are possibilities of Corona expansion in our country. In that case, we shall be leaders, maybe number 1, if this is not controlled immediately. Even we drop them in villages, it will not work. Only work is that they have reached their home and they are satisfied. But they are carriers of Corona possibly, or are not strong. Kids are not strong. Girls are not strong. They can be patients, they can be victims. So just take 10% or 5%. You are weaving vision. You weave now. Big problem is going to exist, and ministers are just enjoying Ramayana. not on road. They should be on road to see what's happening. They are depending on police. Harshvardhan is sitting at home working on peas, to remove skins and collect. This is Harshvardhan's job. So what's shown? Television, video. This night on his name, minister, watching, legs crossed and enjoying, sitting on television, Ramayana, smiling. You should be on road. Supervise what's going on. Kejriwal talking from home. Go and see how people are reacting. No one is working, believe me. No one is working. None of them has any right to rule this country. None of them. They're all same. No difference. Public has unnecessarily brought these people to power. It's a mistake of public. They are not public supporting people. They are only self-supporting people and party supporting people. And Congress, another leecher. Another leecher. No aggressive power. No aggression. I'm diplomatic. What diplomatic? You are allowing people to die. You are also a part of that. Just speaking only on TV or on press conference. We told them we are just not support. If you support government at this moment in every affair, you are also a criminal. You oppose them. Why did you not do it? Do it. Do it now. Now. Finish. Go and sit with Prime Minister. Do it. Why did you not do it? What shall Prime Minister do? Shall he catch your hold of Rahul Gandhi or Sonia Gandhi? Do it. Do it in my presence. I want now this order. That courage we don't have. Timid, coward politicians. Congress is a powerful party. If it can do, go and sit with Prime Minister, catch his hold, write this order, open all hotels and let these people stay there. How can he not deal? See, or get out if he cannot do this. Go to President and ask him. But they will not do. They will not do. They will only come to press. I told him this, I am telling him this. Nothing more than that. Lip service. This is not lip service time. This is action time. A site engineer's time. Stand in sun and ask them to it. Become site men now. Country is your site. Think in a different way. Work as this engineer standing with labor. Who is doing that? Did you find anybody doing that? At least Mamta can go to see people. I appreciate whatever she is. At least she could think that way. But no, others won't. Something must be appreciated if somebody does it. You are worried about people, that's why you are going to them. You are going to hospital to see doctors. Good approach. At least they would see someone is there to look after them, to worry about them, to appreciate their work. Just by tali bajao doctor ke liye. Is this a way? You are not giving them equipment. You are not giving anything and tali bajao. Tali bajao marne ke liye. This means is that. And bhakts are very happy. Provide facilities to public. Provide facilities to doctors, to nurses. Only then they can move. Deaths are coming. Doctors are dying in Italy and France. Exposition is coming now. Which country is having power? We used to, France is this, Italy is this expert, American is this expert, that is this expert. Only imagination. Only fictitious pictures in mind of whole world. This is expert country, this is advanced country, this is a research country, this is that country and this country. All are now visible. What potential they have. All are visible. And we are all naked, completely naked. We can't think. We can't think. Sleeping mode always. Because if top sleeps, bottom always sleeps. So we have to think now in a different way. If they do something, it's fine. Otherwise, this problem is going to explode in few weeks' time. For sure, no doubt, it's going to happen that it shall take its role against us all. And you think this lockdown will help? Maybe, who knows? But problem cannot go like this. Atmosphere is not helping us. Weather is our enemy, it's not helping us. Someday it helps, other day it does not. So this is another problem. And our own actions, missing actions, another problem. And seriousness is another problem. So accumulation of problems exist here. And if citizens keep sleeping, just not worrying about others, you will have to face this problem and you will not be able to control, because this is not a small problem. If this problem actually was controlled, I think Corona would be controlled. If in February Modi could do something, ministers could do something, then we will be in a better position. We will be in much better position, because our weather conditions are different, not pro-corona, against corona. Our conditions, whole south is hot, you can see. South is hot. And generally south there is sea. In north, except few states or mountainous area, all are hot in this weather, maybe April better heat. So only you can say few parts of Himachal Pradesh or Kashmir or your there is the side Uttarakhand. Except them, generally it is hot and doesn't work in interest of corona. Temperature in day is 32 or 31, so it's a good temperature in daytime, not night time. So maybe after 1 week it will 35. So our conditions are not supportable to corona, but their conditions are different. Where it started was 3 to 9 degrees. I gone through that. In 3 degrees to 9 degrees Celsius was the range there, so it supported corona. Then you go to other countries, same range, all belt there, and we have imported corona here. We imported it from there because of our aristocratic public who are VIP, consider themselves VIP. They contributed this guest to us, this unknown, unrequired guest, and this has become permanent guest here. Well, it's only dialogue you can say, but this is a fact also. We were not serious, airports were not serious, they never were serious because they were not instructed. They just took lenient view and allowed everybody enter in. Those who were coming from there, wherever, but this has entered in. So I would say nothing else but let's move further, because this cannot stop. About now further talks, so enough time I have taken for this. Maybe you feel bored or management, because this is more than management actually. That's why I'm trying to involve myself here. Now about our own technical work, I would say management, which I want to expand actually. I want to expand my scope for you people so that it becomes public consideration. I don't want to control my work to myself only. I don't want to limit it to myself only. I want to give it to those people who want to use this management support. Otherwise, you will never come to know what we do in field. That's very important. My preference is that people should know. It's not that we only know. Because if we only know as professionals and public is not aware of that, then there's no meaning. This facility doctors have. They know something, they teach public also, and that's purpose of doctor. Doctor means a teacher for your health. This is the real meaning of doctor. That doctor teaches you, do it and don't do it. If you have taken prescription is one part of medical science, but another part is that you should teach your patient also how this medicine works and how your disease impacts on you. This is also a part of treatment in real profession. And doctor term come itself only. Doctor actually means a teacher. This is the meaning of doctor. And there's a relation between doctor and a patient, that you have to teach your patient if patient doesn't know something. So this is a relation between an advocate and a client as well as all others. So what we have, that we have not you establish the relation between public and a professional of engineering. There we fail. So engineering, what engineering is actually, totality I'm talking, what engineering is, public is unaware of that. Public is unaware of that. Despite watching effects of that, they can criticize, of course, and they criticize because they are not clear of that, but they do not know why is that. If they know why is that, they will not criticize engineers. But engineers are generally criticized, and I don't like it. There can be some engineers who are worth criticism, but that is not general. That's not general. Engineers work very hard, particularly those who are related to fields, to groundwork. They work a lot. Some work day and night, and others cannot work like that, other professionals. Even then, they are given bad names, bad characters, because of some people in our government services or in even private sectors. They compromise, and people think they are compromisable. Just like we say, you give 100 rupees to notary and notary will sign. It's same thing, no difference. But facts are not clear. This means information about your work does not reach public. Does not reach public. Because we are not US. There's a law and order. Until in your signs, you cannot do this. That's what happens in other countries. But here, free. Do no problem. I want to see signature on this, and that's it. That is only problem. Actually, we are a different country, and it is our duty to teach public what we are. You may call whatever you can call. It's no advertisement. It is nothing. Just education. Not academical education, informative education, that what we are and what we try to do in your interest, means your building interest or your project interest, not in personal interest. That is missing. There is reason, because people are not clear about anything. So they just see what's seen. They just see only that, what is seen on site. What they see on the road, what's happening, these are working, this concreting going on, this going on, that going on. Only that they must know. They do not know where controls are. About controls they do not know. And this is what I wanted people to have little information. I know you also talk to them. It's better if everybody talks to them, because our institutions are not doing anything in that regard. They are doing something of very high profile, which is meaningless for general public. You are issuing journals, you are issuing news, everything, but that is only for members. Though must be for public, but it is not helping public. It's not doing its required purpose, only part purpose. And members do not take much interest in those. I have seen these papers, these researches are only from very top professionals, or you can say from top professors, which are only for, you can say, their research purpose, not for public. And these are only in journals which people don't open and see. Even these journals are there, nobody reads them. Hardly 2-3% people go through them. So real purpose is lost somewhere. So we have to advise public, because this is permanent activity. What we do, they should know. And if they know, they will ask someone, please do like this. Means architects are there. They are different world. They do not care for anything. They just say, that's I am boss. Okay, you be boss, I don't mind that. There is no question of boss or no boss. Question is, what public receives from professionals. Signatures are not important here. Important is quality of delivery, quality of product, quality of service. What service I am giving you? What I am getting in return, that is not related to this one. Question is quality of product. It's not alone quality control, it's quality of product, which means complete process is controlled, it is expected, is anticipated that this product speaks, this product warranties that it has been produced by complete systems operation. That is criteria behind that. And that is what quality management is all about, nothing else. But it does not guarantee, even if you operate that process, that product is compliant of requirements. That is not guaranteed. Yet it should be. And that's the reason that there has been amendments to ISO 9001, 2008, that is repealed, that is no more, and replaced by 2015. Due to that we could not keep gun on shoulders of quality persons only. We have to share that responsibility completely by all. So we could not say quality you are only responsible. No, I am producing that, I am responsible first. I cannot run away from the responsibility, even if I am MD of this company or government. Even if I work from government, I have to comply that one. It doesn't matter if you are government or separate, private. Quality is quality. That status we have to reach, where we are zero till now. We say that we are, but we are not. People do not bother about something, anything, because they are not taught. And what I say, quality and workmanship and technology must reach from where it originates and to lowest person who is working on that, who works on that, helper, mason, carpenter, welder, or whoever works in field. That education, that information must reach that one. And if that does not reach, means we are not serious. I am not telling anything new, I am not doing any innovation. There is nothing that you do not know, but it's, you can say, a link we have to establish between a specifier, designer, to what person is doing. That is an important point we have to keep in our mind. What actually we do, and in simple language, not in technical language, not in very mathematical language, in blank language which a layman may understand. That's what's required, very importantly. And I prepared many such pages which I discussed, shared with you in many last videos, like how this system has been designed, namely this you can say Annex SL, and I set examples by my writings, that is how it is journal. Journal means what point it covers, what points it covers on that format. That's Annex SL, actually a procedure it is to define what you are going to do about journal. And I include in my talks that about RCC site work, RCC building works, RCC you can say consultancy work or supervision work, or RCC you can say EPC work. Like that, I try to share with you my opinions. I'm not saying that's standardized one, but that is an approach we have to adopt. That's very important. And this annexal is a format, means it is a guide, you can say a new guide, though it's a mandatory guide. It's not simply a guide, you can say. It's not only recommendable, but it's applied, implement that one. And there are 10 clauses as we discussed before, and we have to be in compliant with those 10 clauses. And those clauses were explained in all these 4 submissions all these four propositions, and that's I completed last time. But question is only that activity is not adequate enough, because we have ultimately moved to quality achievements, and this quality achievement means quality control included, procedures included. That's a point, and that is in details actually. And what we should understand, now I start giving some examples in that regard. Examples, I'll go through that process in text form, and now first for briefing you, I'll give you something, means what we deal in. This roughly, it's not actually, you can say, very accurate. For example, uh, this is like that, I can say. For example, I can say that, let's say, for example, maybe this is, you can say, a kind of layout, just roughly layout, a sketch is just a kind of, a general layout of any structure. Columns are there, axes are there. All you know, but for public it is not actually for engineers. And this is just a layout, you can see. Just for the columns are there, grids are there, A, B, C, D, I have written like that, and this way I will 1, 2, 3, 4. These are all passing through these columns. I'll tell you why I have given that. I'm just first informing you what are these pages, and it is, let us say, for example, this is let's say this is column. You know what is column? Column means a vertical member. You call that pillar, actually it's not pillar, these are called columns, and these are COLUM, and column means vertical structural members, which means this member takes load from beam slab and transfer this down, and I'll explain what is that, but this is just, I'll show you column, means how we do in field. You see, this is a detailed one. This, you see, this is hatches. This is a kind of sketch of a formwork. Formwork means shutter. Shutter of a column. You can say, I have written something on that. This is ply, which is in hatches, and this internal dot 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 I shall say concrete, and outside I have written battens, etc. These are shut-in forms, and this I'll explain what is this, but I'm just trying to show which points I am to go. And this is finished one, you see. This one is finished. Actually, the problem is this, I cannot explain to you directly. This is, this is column here. This is finished column. This one. Final column, which means after we remove shutter, we get this shape, a square, and this concrete. And this is, you may say, elevation of that formwork. This is, this was top plan, how it should be, and this is its projection in elevation, how it will look. This is in my book, but book was not very clear in that page, so I tried to show you by just rough sketch, and I'll explain to you why I've done this one by one. Then there's another one I'll show you and discuss with you about this one, which is, yes, this is here. This is this is, you can say, foundation of a footing, foundation of a column. That's one I discuss as a common man discussion, not as professional. And how is another shape which I do not recommend, but people do like that, which is not actually right these days. People do this way also, which I don't recommend as an engineer due to some reason, practical reasons, not theoretical reasons. And this another one, which is called, we call in our language combined footing, and this is where there is some conditions, restrictions on borders of plot. This we use, and this in its is just a rough section, what sort of arrangements we do in that, and I'll discuss that one. And also, this is another one, this is also combined footing but different type, where the more restrictions it's used. And then this is general one that I usually recommend. This is a foundation. You may be not clear about that, but this I have tried to use beams in foundation rather than footings. All beams only, no footing, only these beams are footings, and these are horizontally connected beams, just like doing slab. I call it beam frame. There's no beam frame method, but I just use beam frame, or you may call whatever you call. Name doesn't matter. And this is its section rather than, you see in section, it's like that. Beam frame foundation. This is what I try to tell you, and I explain these in details now. And this was based on, you can say, why I did all that. And before I go further, I'll just explain to you back again this. What I consider about this is called reliability. This is very important phenomenon, though it's not technical phenomenon. This is procedural one. Considerable ones. We should consider reliability in everywhere. Means this should be safe, serviceable, and durable. Whatever we do, and this is just general sketch, and I based on this, I'll discuss with you what I want to intend. You should know about that. Otherwise, if you don't do that, it's not easy to communicate and for that purpose only. I draw that. Example, this another sketch, same sketch type here, and you can see that. Before also you showed this one. These are, say, columns. It's just a large one. This is, these arrows, 2 arrows are there, which indicates spacing between footings and columns. And otherwise also this way, on other direction, other axis. This way horizontal is called, you may say X way, or you may call this way Y way. This is just indicating spacing between two, and because in detailed sketch you may not be able to see that what these are, and I move further on that. Now, what we do actually in field, we generally do RCC work, and RCC means reinforcement, conclusion, all that. There is some technique behind that, many considerations are there, and that is nothing new. We do that, it's very common. But understanding that is very important. Not understanding design, I'm not saying about design, understanding of work, how we do in field. You may say this work is going on, they have provided so many columns, they have provided this work is very good. Means you say that and people are happy. But actually, what is root of that? Where is tree and where is its roots? If roots are not durable, roots do not function, tree won't exist. It will dry out. Same thing as your building. It's a tree. You have to think that way. It's a tree forever. And if your tree is weak, there is nothing in that. Your building is not building actually. You may feel happy to have a building. By finishes, it's building. By decoration, it's building. But by structure, by its bones, you can say, forget structure, bones of your body. If your body's anatomy is defective, you cannot work, you will be patient, you are not strong, you can't walk. If your bones are defective, anatomy, same, our bones are this structure. This is our bone, this is our blood, this is our intestine, this is everything. Structure, we call it structure. And structure is everywhere. We say structured language. We say well-structured draft, well-structured statement. This is very structured one. Structure means well-defined in limited, precise. Not very explanatory and not very, you can say, secretive. It should be normal, communicative and understandable. That is called structure. English is well structured, Hindi is well structured. This man is well structured in personality, well structured in work, you can say. This is a kind of construction, you can say. Structure or construction, one and same thing. But what we do and what you see, that must be clear. Generally, people do not understand. They say, beam kalu bhenji makan mein bahut badhiya ban gaya. In Hindi they say, there are beams and columns in this building, this very good building. Some say, oh, there are 10 columns I used in my building, it's very good. Because they use 10 number of columns. This is public thinking, I can't help it. Somebody comes to me, I say, please don't tell me how many columns I do. It depends upon your plan. I cannot decide without that. No, किसी पंडित ने कहा है, प्लीज पंडित के पास जाइए, बनवा लीजिए उससे. और क्या कहेंगे? That's what I say. But this is contradiction. Structure has nothing to do with pandit. Structure has nothing to do with some other belief. Structure is structure. It has to carry some work. It has to function whole life. It cannot come out of that function. And if it does not function, it is useless. If it does not serve its purpose, it's useless. It's no structure. Just wrong conception. I put some columns in brick wall and just put a lantern. They call lantern for slab. And this is fun. I just put some plinth beams. My house is safe against seismic forces. This is conception, which is misconception. Because there's a trend. And IS codes also say something which are all incomplete. All incomplete because they were devised by whom? Who never worked in fields. Who consults field guides? No one. So I do not consider masterpieces or master codes. No, not that. Every building requires contemplation, thoughts, long-term thoughts, and not only design thoughts. When you work in field, that control is required, which does not happen uniformly. Some people do it, some don't do it. Some people understand, some don't understand. And where there is a margin, people don't care. Or no problem, 2-3 centimeters out, what makes? For them 2-3 centimeters, no problem. But for someone 2 millimeters is a problem. It depends upon. If there's a difference of 2 millimeters in a spare part of machine, can you fit that? You cannot fit that. It won't work. If it's loose, it will play. If it's oversized, it won't fit in. That should be clear. Yes, I know this is civil engineering, this is construction. Everything cannot be that much accurate, but it should be pleasing also, if not accurate. It should not tell you something else. If you see something and it's kinking out, you will simply say, oh, this is rubbish, out of line. That must be understood. And it starts from beginning when you do something. That's what you see. Means at every stage of construction, one should be serious, hardworking and caring. It's not simply going to site, sitting in office, just have a route, time and 1 hour on site and come back. It won't. If building construction is so easy, everybody would do it. If engineering is so easy, everybody do it. Yes, it is easy if you don't consider it serious. It is easy. You make a mistake and continue that mistake. It's easy. And don't forget, mistake cannot be corrected. It's very expensive. Because it is permanent work. It cannot be reassembled. Machine part can be reassembled because that is assembly. But building work or structural work is not assembly. It's manufacturing on site. Manufacture what people don't use, but actually this is permanent manufacture. Not for 10 or 50 years, forever. We do what others don't do. That is different. We do everything on location, but in other world, parts are brought or assembled equipments are brought. That is different. We erect on site, or we install or plant on site. That's here we don't plant. We cook, just like we cook in kitchen. We bring flour, we bring this and that and cook. Here we have many floors, not one floors. Aggregate floor, sand floor, dust floor, cement floor. So many kinds of floors are there. So many kinds of designs are there. So many kinds of, you can say, managements are there required, and we do that. Even if you get from RMC, they have to do that. So this is different kind of work. Requires many controls and supervisions. That is why I am serious about. Otherwise, you can never get quality in your whole life. You are building your structure for which you have made payment of your life savings. You won't get return. Never. You may feel happy a house, but you will not get that return by its service. Yes, you will be happy I am staying this one and nothing, it didn't collapse. It will not collapse. Don't worry about that. Collapse is rare, but it won't give you what you expected of. Its life will be reduced. Its strength will be reduced. You won't know that. You won't know that at all. But you will see cracks. You will see seepage. You will find sometimes plaster is falling. Sometimes something else is happening. Water is coming in your foundation from where you don't know. It's coming from roof, you don't know why it's coming. It happens. And there are technical reasons for that. There are reasons for everything. Because actions on building are different. Actions means loads, forces from various sources it gets. And we should not think what we do is right or wrong. Yes, that is a protective measure we take, but fact is, without a structure, your building is useless. There was a time stone was used very successfully, and stone generally were from igneous rocks, preferably, or limestone, sandstone people used, and such buildings are still in working conditions. Examples are these, but those were different designs. Those were not working designs. Those designs were not which we do today. Today it's complete calculations, complete phenomenon, and complete theory, complete research, investigation. But those were empirical type, thick walls, but that was that time. It's still working. Those people had more knowledge if we compare today, by experience, not by theory. Limes, actions, maybe those people by experience could understand what's value of lime. Today we are not understanding, but we use it. We use it everywhere, indirectly, mixed up with something else. Cement is nothing but lime. Major part of cement is lime. Maybe people don't know, but it works there. In chemical combination with something else. And we'll go to talk about that later on, because you cannot understand to say now something, because those who puzzle in the action can't understand. But let's go for the first, how we do on site, how we do practically on site. We call it structural mechanism, we call it structural framing, 2-dimensional, 3-dimensional, and we have to understand actually what framing is. We engineers all know, nothing to tell them. They are masters of this. But people don't know. People simply say, column है जी लगाए हैं, column डाले हैं, कोई column बोल देता है, कोई beam बोल देता है, according to their understanding. कोई pillar बोल देता है, कोई foundation, कोई lender बोल देता है. I have seen people, lender डाल दिए foundation में, new में डाल दिया lender. Okay, no problem, they can use whatever term, because not their fault, is lack of education, and that's only purpose. We are here to let them know something of big thing, something of everything. Because if they know something, they remember that. They cannot know everything, and we don't expect them to know that. But they should not be fooled by someone. Because everybody is builder here, knowing nothing but builder, knowing nothing but promoter, knowing nothing but expert. I have seen such such instances with my colleagues. My colleagues itself, though they were not civil, give me some plan for my this plot. I will get it done myself. I have people experts in Madras. I have experts in Kerala. I will do that. They don't even ask me how they should do that. I ask them, this design would require some structural design. No, 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 no. We have people. They are experts. So we are a country of experts without being experts. Thanks to us, our thoughts are very creative. We are expert at everything. Well, that is no way. You have to teach them. They have to teach them. And that's only small service I want to give, just to explain to you what it is. Structural framing is very, very important to understand. It's not simply calculation, just to understand what is structure. Structure is a mechanism, complete mechanism. It's a system that works and uses building as one unit. It combines all your building into one unit, into one action. It doesn't allow building to move differently except as desired by designer. Designer means structural engineer. People understand that, so I'm saying, though every engineer is a civil engineer. You may be structural engineer, you may be PhD. Everyone is civil engineer in our field, and civil engineer thinks from many aspects, many angles, which makes building more and more perfect, more and more rich, and more strong. So what you want? You want rich, you want a strong, you want long-term working building. I think that's your requirement in quality. Or you want your building to tilt after 2-3 years or sink. We want to avoid that. We want building not to sink, not to move, not to tilt, and not to collapse. You should not fear when you are living in building that may come down. No, it should not be your problem. It should be professional's problem, what to do in that, how to think about that. Don't worry about that. If there is a professional, and if there is no professional, then you have to worry. Because building speaks, it tells, it sounds, and it dances. It tells you everything, just like your car tells you which voice is this. You understand this voice is coming from this part or from that part, or my engine is telling me its status of performance. That is work. Your building for you is a vehicle fixed at one place. It's a mechanism. It's a machine, you can say. That's why we call it mechanism. And it works all time without stop. It breathes, it lives, and it works. And it stops working, means it can't stay, it will come down. That is what structure is, which you do not understand, and I'm trying to educate you for that. Consider it as human being, consider it as machine, because machine, you know, name is machine and it performs for you, but you don't understand that structure performs for you. That is only difference. Without performance, nothing can stay, and we put soul in structure. In whatever way, it works successfully to what we think it should work for us. We intend something or structure to do it for this structure, for this building, and it does. Remember, if your structural mechanism is good, it's reliable, your finishes shall all be fine. Otherwise, your finishes got no meaning. Whatever money you spend on them, if structure doesn't work, your finishes are just extravagance, no meaning at all. You might have seen plaster are peeling out, paints are peeling out, also falling and collapsing everywhere. Just immediately after 6 months of construction, 1 year of construction, you see your balconies are down, I'm saying 2-3 centimeters, then you put something below. This means it was not properly considered in a professional way. That's what we want to discuss. So for that, engineering is required. This is meaning of engineering, that we have to produce what we think. It's not, the engineering is a definition. Engineering actually is no definition. There is no definition for engineering. This means just do it. That's it. Think and do. Think and do. And that's what it says: plan, do, check and act. PDCA. Plan, do, check, act. This is what is engineering. You have to plan. Plan means complete plan. And design is also plan. Remember, it's not different. It's kind of plan. You planned something in, consider all parameters in, and brought to paper. Then do it. You'll cause mistakes, check it. And rectify them, act it. This is what management system says. This is what ISO 9000 requires. 9001. This is all we are talking of, nothing else. So if you want to do this process of PDCA, you have to know everything about that. How to do planning, everything is planning. How to do, all work on site is to do and work in office to do. And then you will find certain mistakes, you check them and investigate them and apply correction. That's all is required. It's not difficult. Left hand side equal to right hand side. We used to calculate in mathematics, in our physics, in area numericals for the this into this equal to this into this. If you have three values, given find fourth values. That's what we have to find, fourth value, and apply correction. That's simple, very simple, but it is very big. It's simple in statement. Our lecturer used to say, oh, it's so simple. This into this equal to this. These three are given. Fourth you find yourself. Fine, so awesome. Okay, it's fine. That's what I am saying. I am saying same thing what my lecturer or professor used to tell me. I am telling you. But it's not that easy. It's not a game of cricket or football. I always used to say it is engineering. It's not playground. It is a real playground. It is a real cricket. It is where ball is in your hand, not in my hand. You have ball. You have to decide. I am just supporting you. If you don't want my support, welcome, no problem to me. Use your money, use your life, make your building graveyard. It's up to you. You are not losing, I am not losing anything. You will spend more money, so your money, use more money. I always tell people, do not think you are going to save something if you don't worry about structure. If you think, oh, structure is nothing, you are going to spend more money on your building for no gains. Because a well-designed structure always saves time, saves your material and saves your money. That is different. You say, I have to pay to engineer. I don't talk about that. Of course, if somebody serves you, you have to pay. When you are buying material, you have to pay. When you are getting something done, you have to pay to workers. You have to pay to vendors. You have to pay. You are paying to government for building permit. You are paying to architect for everything. Only engineer's payment is a problem for you. If you go to market to take a cup, you pay or not? You are going to hotel, you pay or not? You have to pay if you want to buy something. So what's wrong with that? You only consider a point, I have to pay so much to engineer. Of course, somebody works for your charge. So if you don't want service, okay, don't pay. Finish. Take risk of your home. Some people say, with pride they say, I use 20 mm bars in my fan. In my beam site, 25 mm bars. In my column, 25 mm bars. In my slab, I put 16 mm bars. And they put, see how safe is my building. Because he put so many diameter bars, so many tons of steel, my building is very safe. This is general public consideration. That's what I'm saying, it's fictitious. It is ill-engineered, no engineering is there. Just put in. Waste natural material, waste your money, and just think you have done good. Misconception, wastage of money, wastage of everything. But for that person, it's money who is still fixer. He will get more money from me because more kilogram, more payment. This is what I am trying to tell. You are staying in darkness. You come out of darkness. This is what we do. We don't accept all this. How many kilograms you added? Yes, there are some coefficients we use, but that is not mandatory. Our our consideration is different, completely different. That's we will try to tell you later on, because you cannot understand how I tell you. This is detailed study, but I'm trying to tell superficially how to enter a gate or a main door of a building. That's what I'm trying to tell you. How we work in field, what people on site should check. That is first point. Design is second point. That is only base we will do, because you can't understand design. Impossible that a common man can understand immediately. Yes, work they can understand how they are doing on site, because they watch it. They watch that sometimes, not all times. You are going on the road and see some building, because you see something like this is happening, and you try to see that, and you see that you understand something. But in designs, people are not accessible. Only engineers know that. So only they understand, no one else. So why I'm saying is framing. What actually framing is all about, which you have to understand. You start from foundation. Foundation, which you call, it's a part of structure. Foundation, which transfers whole load to soil below. It doesn't take your load and eats it. It transfers only to soil, and which further transferred so that it is completely disseminated onto earth. Nobody eats that load. Nobody digests that load. This is disseminated 0 to 0. Sometime below means no effect is there, only reaction is there. No effect, no direct effect. When thumping action is there, it tries to send this load back. In common sense, I can say, not in engineering sense, a kind of reverse action is there which we have to think of. That reverse action is to be digested by foundation so that it works successfully. That reverse action is reaction. Reaction, there was action of load and there's a reaction, which is foundation purpose. So your foundation is a part of a structure. Your underground work below earth, there's some portion of column, that is a part of a structure. All your ground structure work, you may call it beam or whatever is there. And then if you go up, you will find columns, not pillars, columns I'm saying. Pillar is something else. And then you say lintel and beam. You may say lintel, we call it slab, suspended slab, because it's suspending. And then similarly columns above and slabs above and columns above and slabs above. It goes on, goes on, goes on. If you take only one line, this is called one frame and combination of lines. All guys, I showed you grades in this. I showed you these grades, you remember that these are A, B, C, D, like that. This is A, this is B, this is C, and all that 1, 2, 3, 4. Means we use this type of notation for understanding. For say, if you say what this column is, we will say, say what is this column. Name of that will be whatever is this grid here and whatever horizontal grid there. We may say, let us say this is C1. Like that, we name it for reference purpose only, not for some other purpose. So this is, let's say, one frame. We may call this one frame here, and this is another frame here, like that. And this way also we may say other frame. So single grid is just theoretically we say frame. We can design that way also, but we design actually as whole unit. For example, this building is here. This building is if we take this complete building here, there may be so many columns in that, or there will be another one. Yes. So if we consider all building as one unit, all these columns we cover into one building. We say this whole one building, all this shall be designed as one unit, or you can say one mechanism. Loading down, loading this way, both axes, and this way you can say a space design type. Complete space design, structural spacing, not architectural spacing. Architectural spacing is space design for setting of room sizes and heights. Room sizes and room height, that is part of architectural design, and decoration, that's internal, interior, external, both. What type of finishing, that's part of architectural work. But based on that, this is a structural work. Means we have to provide a structural spacing for architectural requirement. One man can do it or both men. That's not question here. This structure has to fit in or that architecture has to fit in both ways. Structure can be designed and architecture can fit in there, or architecture can fit in here, or this can fit in architecture. Both way it is. So this hall should act as one stool, you can say. Stool, it is a building, is a stool to my consideration. It's a chair, it's a cabin, it's working together. That is unit of building. If you consider that way, it's a structural design. And for learning purpose, we say we take this frame, 1 frame, 2 frame, 3 frame, this way, that way, this way, because so many frames are there. For example, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 frames are there in this building. 8 frames one side, and how many frames other side? 4, 5 frames other side, 5 frames cross 5. If you design them separately, that's also a design. That is simplified design for purpose of work, but it can be done both way. These days, because softwares are available, so people generally use unit, this complete design of building. So first building is conceived, and then columns, beams and slabs. Otherwise, we have to work every column, every beam all the time. It's not that easy. Here we take complete one unit, and because we are designing that unit together in one go, in one unit, it works better than designing all separately. Provided soil is reliable. As I say reliable here, soil means foundation support. Soil actually is a part of foundation. To be very frank, it's not separate. In machine design, we consider soil a part of machine foundation. Here we little do not consider that, we ignore that, but it is in some cases. We have to consider integral part of foundation, but we just leave it because we let us consider only building structural part, keeping. Otherwise, if we can take that into consideration, we can say different design, or it should be little considered in its stress. Means we have to transfer, okay, this 5% load, 10% load, this foundation they also take, but we ignore that because of so many reasons. Soil cannot be relied upon. Soil properties are always different, and particularly if there is not good soil, means clay is there or some other structural soil is there which we cannot trust. I don't trust clay as an engineer, never. I cannot trust soft rock because it deceives me, and igneous rocks are not everywhere available. Sedimentary rocks depends upon what sort of, these are rocks, you miss what is talking about. I'm just telling you very simply. There is clay soil, we call it chikni mitti or black cotton soil. There is silt soil, which is little better than clay, but a mix up is available everywhere. Then there are some sands, just like in deserts, that's also available. And then rocks. Rocks means better than soil, but of different nature. And generally, Jawalamukhi, volcano you say, that is one type of rock. Then there's by settlement, by sedimentation, means say in 500 or 5,000 years, this has come up and this sedimented, settled, and these are different layers. It's called sedimentary rocks. And then these sedimentary rocks only, I'm not talking about volcano, these sedimentary rocks change to some other composition by actions of weather agencies during hundreds of years, thousands of years. And these change, for example, limestone changes to marble, like that. Metamorphic rocks, so 3 rocks are there, that you keep in mind. Why we say soil investigation is significant. We don't know what is there. Maybe very good thing below, very good soil strata below, or maybe worst. You cannot say, but you assume, okay, do it, it's good. We go and say, oh, it's very nice, do it. It looks nice, but it's not nice. Sometimes those who look beautiful, are they really beautiful? Same thing for soil. It looks sometimes beautiful because of your eye's difficulty, because I want to see that, but it's not good one. There may be some soil mix up of separate particles which are interlinked, interconnected. Granular, we may say, just like you bring your rodi, this aggregate, different sizes in one aggregate, it works differently. So means it is how what sort of soil is there. This is very complicated actually. It's not so easy to decide. And even many engineers do not understand it clearly, because they rarely concentrate on that. Some of them, I don't say all, some of them, because it's a very in-depth subject. Understanding of soil is very difficult subject. It's very imaginary also, because we say water moves through soil, but you cannot see without specific instruments. You can't see that. We say this soil does not allow movement of water, or this allow movement of water. Yeah, that's very, very difficult, very separate calculations, and public cannot understand that. Why water is good for it or bad for it, we don't understand that. Public cannot understand that. So I'm just referring to that there are different kinds of soils, and that is very important information that impacts upon your building from foundation, which is very important. This soil shall impact on foundation. Design may change, sizes may change, or you have to think of that, what is best for that. And presence of water in soil is another problem. So that is complete detailed study of soil engineering, rock mechanics, many formula there, many limits there, many theories there, which is not our scope in this talk. I'm just trying to tell what we have to deal with. So don't take it for granted that somebody says your soil is good and it is good. No, don't like that. Yes, it's ordinary building, you say I have to construct a 2-story building or 3-story building, it's not big building, no problem, that's fine, but everything is not that. Just keep in mind, that's all I'm saying. This is a big point of consideration. And I said structure moves from foundation upwards, and columns and beams, all are framing. This is complete framework. 2-dimensional frame, if you just consider one frame, it's 2-dimensional one. If you consider all frames together, both ways, this is complete framing mechanism, structural mechanism. That is very important to design, and it is not exactly, it depends upon what way I consider that design as an engineer, how much I believe in that, how much I digest it, and how many percent of course I digest, because there is no set rule for that. Only directions, recommendations, which I have to use, every engineer has to use, and it depends upon, because at time of design also we think of economizing use of material, use of stresses, and quantity of materials, and quantity of materials leads to savings or expenditures. If you minimize design in a way that less quantity would be used, means saving or less cost. If you think more sizes will be used, or how we can further do it to gain more strength, to allow it to have more reliability, it will definitely increase your cost, because more material. So that depends upon what type of building it is, what's use of building, what's life of building, whether it's emergency building or different building, it depends upon that. What kind, how many hours you allow fire, what temperature you allow in building to digest, to contain, it depends on that. So it depends, varies, means sometimes we have to consider stronger structure, sometimes you have to consider very heavy structure, not stronger but heavy. It depends. For example, when you are constructing your nuclear power station or nuclear reactor, which is different mechanism, you have to go to digest gamma rays. You have to digest something else. And sometimes we need dense also, very dense structure, dense concrete, where we have to add steel chips to that, steel shards to that, which increases density. Because concrete density is not that much, it's 2.5 tons per meter cube on average, 2,500 kilogram per cubic meter, or 2,400. But I want to say 5,000 due to some reason. I have to increase density, and there's no other way. I can't do it except adding steel chips to my concrete. I can enhance density if I add 30%, say. Concrete is only 2.5 tons, but steel is 7.8 tons. It's more than 3 times. This means it's double than concrete. So if I use 30% concrete, 30% or 25% volume of concrete using chips, you can find what density would be, and in some cases that is required. So that is another one. I'm just trying to say this happens in structures. Sometimes we need thickness, sometimes we need dense concrete, and sometimes we need normal concrete, and sometimes we need a concrete that sets in time, not short time, long time. Sometimes we can set immediately, that sets in. We have to, where the concrete say below water, we have to use it fast, rapid hardening, rapid setting. But when it's normal, we say no problem, let it set in 4 hours, 2 hours, depending upon what kind of chemicals we are going to use in our mix. So this is what I'm trying to say, and this helps us to understand what we are doing, and that is what structural design is all about. It's not simply size we say, it's not simply quantity we say, it's performance of that. Performance and best way of construction, that we call constructability or buildability, means how best we can construct it. Just saying my column is 9 inch by 9 inch, that is no criteria in structure. That is foolishness. The architects want my column should be flush with wall. That is not structural design. That is just rubbing your technology and throwing out. Generally, architects do that. Your column should be finished by wall. This is their thing, but not this structural guy doesn't think that. The structural guy thinks about long-term action of a structure. That's what I say, reliability. Reliability, which is very, very important for a structure, and nothing else important like reliability. If there is no reliability, means your structure is rubbish. It's no use. It will one day speak, I'm not working for you, and that reliability is very important. I already explained to you. I show you where is it. That reliability important factor. Again, for your memory, this is reliability. I speak again. The reliability is equal to safety plus service plus durability. These three factors means reliability, and this time in life reliability is very important, because you have to trust and trust and trust, and trust has to be clear trust, not defective trust, and not suspicion trust. Suspicion trust doesn't mean anything. If I do something, I should do with complete confidence that it is right, it is safe, it will work for me, and it will be continuously work for me till it exists. This is definition of reliability, and you can expand this definition also. There's no problem. You can add value to this, and that's up to you. And that is where quality means. Customer satisfaction means. Customer doesn't mean that there's question of money, question of use. That is we are. Now I am saying how to think, how to work. What is foundation? That's the point here. What do you mean by foundation? I am talking of RCC. Even in structural steel work, if you say where steel you use, people call it angles. Okay, angles you use in columns in buildings, like these sheds, industrial sheds or factory sheds. You are not doing RCC everywhere. In that case also, we use this steel extensions or columns we call them, but foundation is generally concrete. It's not steel. There was a time when we used to grillages or something. That's not done now. I'm not sure, but I've not seen that. So that is different. Well, let me some water. My throat is drying out. I'm just going to tell you about what is foundation and what you do, and you have seen that, but you never understand that, why they do like this. That is a very important point. If you don't know what people are doing, they will just do and go away, and we suffer later on. Let's move further. What is foundation? As I said, foundation transfers load, that's okay. After that, what it does, how it is done. First of all, foundation means it rests on soil. You know it. But which soil? Whatever soil is there, I'm not talking class of soil. You excavated, आपने खुदाई कर दी, you have excavated and you are happy that is over. But remember, When you excavate, you disturb soil. Do you know what I'm saying? There is a natural soil. It has been there for 50 years, 100 years. Means it is real soil in this state. And that term is called consolidated soil. Means solidification, if something is loose then it's solidified. You means collect it, pack it, and further let it be packed naturally by weight. It takes say 50 years, and this has further been packed naturally. That is means getting more stronger, more solid, and more solid. And a stage comes when it's called perfectly consolidated, more than which it cannot. Its limit. That we in our engineering call consolidation. And this pack, we say pack it. That we call compaction. Means it's loose. We ram it, or we use some machine like plate compactor to reduce its volume to a stage where it cannot further be immediately reduced. That is called compaction. Your soil, if it is compacted well, and then you use it for structure, that is best way. Otherwise, no way. What your people do, I have seen, they don't care about this. No builder, no promoter, no worker. They understand this. They just excavate little dress and put some brick bats there, which is nonsense. They do not prepare this formation in a professional way. First of all, they don't understand soil, and whatever soil is there, they use for formation. If it is clay soil, it is silt, or it is very soft, you have to be careful. Very good. Suppose there is no water, fine, but if it is clay, you may say it's very strong. Yes, it is strong, but put some water on that, you will find what strong it is. It's not strong, but you have to be sure that you do not use clay immediately there. Either remove that portion to something and replace that soil by good soil, or if you say no, my foundation design is that I am going to raft foundation, and your designer says it is okay, even then it should be compacted correctly, and it's not easy to compact clay. Remember, designer may say, but designer is not going to understand clearly that clay causes problem come what may. It would cause problem in future because of various reasons. And reasons are, if suppose there is rain, water enters down and it reaches with whatever means to that foundation soil clay, it will cause problems. There may be some problem. So it is better, my suggestion is, don't site your foundation on clay. Better remove some clay from there, say 30 centimeter or 40 centimeter, and replace with granular material where your foundation is going to be sited. That is best way. Otherwise, you are going to take risk of your building. Best thing is use granular material there in layers, compact it, and then cast your foundation on that, so that base is at least risk free. Even if there is water, it can move through granular mass and not impacting, it won't impact your foundation. It may pass through its permeable action, because granular material allows passage for laminar flow or to move out gradually and go. That's the way you may call it in filter or whatever you call it. It's same thing as you construct a road, water-bound macadam road. It's a kind of macadam, you may say. You are going to replace your clay soil by a kind of granular subbase, if you want your building to stay longer. Up to you. I'm not going, I'm just suggesting. Maybe structural people show it on drawings, it's up to them. It doesn't cost much, but only attention is required. Compaction, what I said, you have to compact your formation. Compaction means again that you are compacting and making it more dense, more stronger, and test it if you can, or by assessment also you can say what it's all about. If you don't have any laboratory, you don't have any material testing authority there in such an area, then you can by your own judgment, or engineer can assess by walk standing on that and seeing what impression down it is. Can assess means what load is taking. It's not very big deal, because you are not going to design building more than I think 8 tons per square meter, or generally if you take, it depends upon you how much load you are taking. So that's not very big deal. Once your soil is improved or well compacted, problem comes then nobody cares for that. Problem comes that time. And I have seen that they are not compacting. Or if you just compacting a rammer, which is very old technique, it doesn't work. Rammer is very light. It doesn't work the way you want. It should completely pack it until it rebounds. And what I say rebound means, you compact it, it doesn't take, it comes back. That's the stage required. At stage of rebound, you stop compaction. If you compact further, it's waste of time. Because when you think you're compacting but it's coming back, after that don't compact. That's the limit we have to say. Just like we say in concrete, I'll tell you what we say. So what I'm saying is foundation you are doing, and there are various types of foundations as we discussed. And that foundation would be, say, this is a foundation that generally, this is a foundation here. Let me see why this sketch is here. Say, this is a foundation here. I have seen combination of all, but not necessary. See, here I have shown you this portion, you can see here. Let me bring the pen down here. It's not English, fingers will not work here. This. This is foundation. There's a footing here, This is a footing here. I'm showing this one. This is foundation here. This portion and this portion. This is real foundation here. Here, these lines are excavated lines. These lines are excavation. And this is the reinforcement inside. This is a kind of foundation which is independent one, you can say. Footing we call in our language, you can call foundation. And there is a small concrete below here. By arrow is I written blinding there, you can see this. This blinding means, we call blinding, but you may call it lean concrete in your language, or whatever concrete. They don't do correct concrete, they just put some aggregate, put some mortar on that, and that's wrong one. But this is foundation, and this excavation line, and this is a trench I have written, गड्ढा बोलते हैं इसको आप लोग. This is here, and this is a stub column I have seen. And this generally I have written 30 centimeter, 20 or whatever. Depth depends upon design. It's not mandatory. I have written a small portion, and then this column above is going upwards like that. Various details I have shown for information only. This column I have written, and this ground I have written here, and this steel bars inside, not just for information purpose. And here this overlap I have shown for steel. This I have shown this timber piece also has shutters for this. This foundation is normal foundation. This and this another foundation which people use, and I do not recommend that one. That is not correct one. Where is the see? This foundation. This is sloping. they use a sloping surface on concrete, which is not, though theoretically it's okay, I don't mind theoretically, but if you do that, you cannot achieve rightly, because there is a sloping surface, and they, without doing shuttering, do that. This is sloping surface. Without shuttering, you cannot dense, you cannot apply compactor on that. And if it's not dense one, there's no meaning of concrete. Or do shuttering of that, of sloping portion, because this is more than 45 degrees sometimes. So if it is 15 degrees something, you may do, but caution is application of vibrator. Is if compaction is not done, this is not concrete. That is right theoretically, design wise not problem, but work wise it's a problem. They just do it and leave it. So this is just cheating yourself. That's what I'm saying. So this is one thing, foundation here. And as I said, there's another foundation. If you have clear area, you can use this type of foundations. If you have all area clear, there is no restrictions on your building line, you can use this foundation. There's no harm. But if there is a building line problem, border, we call it border restriction, if you are not allowed due to some reason, then you have to construct your foundation in restriction. And so end column will be a problem. End columns everywhere where your restriction comes. Internal column is not a problem, end column is a problem. Or when you are squeezed in area. So there are different designs in engineering, different systems exist. As I said, two columns are combined, end column and other column which is in free area, both are combined, and that's called combined footing. We call it two columns are combined, so this is combined footing, name is combined footing. There is a specific design for that and a specific arrangement for that. I will tell you what is that. So that's another point in addition to the separate foundations, that is combined footing. And this also have two types, rectangle one or trapezium one. These are in different cases. Then these are both applicable to you, to your ordinary house, ordinary building. Both are admissible. But people do not understand that. They do their way. Masons and this, they will not understand what I'm talking about. They will do, no, it's okay, I will do it, manage, no problem. So they do not understand what they cause out of action in buildings. Your loads go out of line. Means always load should be in center of point of column. We call in our language axial load. You may not understand that. I say center of your column. Center load should also be centered everywhere in the building to keep it safe. Just like when you stand, your body load is down, and if you do like this, you will not be saying I'm centered. You will find some strain. That's why we do exercise to apply some stress on your body or get release of the stress. Both. Same thing, your load works in buildings in this way. This is separate foundation and this is two columns foundations. And this then all columns are connected together. That's also a foundation. You connect all columns together both ways. People call it by different name, but some connect through foundation itself all columns. They call it raft. Some connect only columns. I prefer connect only columns by design of a beam, not by something else. What others say, just take all these separate footings and connect by a beam. Well, there are various designs, ways. I am not going to confuse you. What I am going to say you, I prefer that connect all columns. If you want to make your building strong, connect all your columns by beam design, and this way and that way. That is a kind of stool you're providing, a kind of beam connections to every column at foundation level to where column starts. So my column is filled in that beam itself. I'm not separately taking from, as I said, from footing. I am taking column from this top of beam, which is my plinth level. Plinth level means a level little above than ground level. Ground is natural level, and we take building little up level called floor level. that is plinth. You call it plinth, we call it plinth. Up to that level, I take my beam, and my beam is from plinth level to foundation level, and my column starts at that level of plinth. It's not very expensive. Don't think that it's big volume. No, it's not that. I will take small beam size. Let's say I take 300 or 400. 300 I am taking, or 350 I am taking, or 400 maximum, depending upon what is span between column to column. And that beam down I am taking up to, say, foundation level, maybe 1 meter or maybe 1.2 meters, connecting all the way, and little small extension at bottom for purpose of seismic action. भूचाल आएगा, उसको भी जरूरत होती है किस चीज़ की, वो भूचाल फोर्स जो होती है, seismic force we call it. For that purpose I want to provide a damper below, monolithic damper with foundation, so that horizontal actions are registered by building both ways. I mean, say, we are providing columns this way, vertical way, and when force comes from horizontal action, because earthquake always induces in building horizontal assembly force, horizontal force comes into foundations. That should be little diminished, dampened. That's why I try to bring it down to some level, dampen it. And because this is both ways, I am providing this beam, so earthquake does not come from one direction, it comes from both directions. That's why that portion will at least touches that. And earthquake is generally, you can say, up to 15% or maximum 20% of your building load horizontally you take it. If you load, say, X ton vertical, it is horizontally the action would not be more than 15% of that. But this is general understanding. Means it's not same load as building is. It's coefficient of that, part of that. So we have to keep every point in mind where there is zone 4 or zone 5 in our country. We have to consider that point. So foundation is something different. We have to be careful with that. I may use beam, I may use raft. Raft means where there is a weak soil, we recommend raft. Use raft for this. Raft means blanket design, blanket slab, blanket beam and slab on foundation. That's called raft. Or some call it mat. Raft and mat are two words, so we can use that word for our foundation design. It's different design. So you can say raft foundation is there, this beam foundation is there, and combined foundation is there, and separate foundations are there. These are that. And also when there's excessive high building or too weak soil is there, you can't depend upon that soil, come what may, then you have to find which is strong ground available below by soil investigation. You have to rig down, find results, read what your bore logs say, report from soil investigation. There's a report on bearing capacity and bore logs. Bore logs where we are boring that by rigging and taking out samples and see what is at 1 meter depth, what is at 2 meter depth, what is a different meter depth, what soil is, what type of soil is there, up to 10 meters say, up to 20 meters say, or even to 30 meters in some cases. We go through complete research, complete investigation report of that, and try to see where is best soil strata. It can be rock also. Depending upon which is best one, then we decide we have to take this down. This means we have to use piling for that. That's called pile formation. In some cases there are micro piles. Means there are various types. It's not one. So you have to keep in mind that it's not simple. There are options. In some cases, I have seen some buildings where it's only 2 and 3 story house, and we have to go down up to 10 meters below and provide piles. It is happens, particularly in reclaimed lands. It happens because reclaimed just now You can't expect consolidation of that. It will take 50 years for consolidation. So you have to take down that foundation to stronger soil below. Maybe 10 meters pile you have to use there. Depends upon what depth is there. It's complete different, means that is called soil investigation. Janch padtal mitti ki. Ground is kind of examination, test, research, everything involved in that. And it's never constant. It's never constant. Changing. Today it is that, maybe after 5 years not that, who knows? If there is soil below, good soil, and there is a water flow below, and there is expectation at 10 meters there is water, or 5 meters there is water. If you go 5 meters below, 2-3 meters below, you will find water sometimes. And water keeps on moving. And if it's moving in your foundation zone, it can harm your foundation. You have to keep that point also in mind. Maybe some soil fine particles are taken out by that water and flown to somewhere else, or some other point, some other particles are taken, or there is a chances that this may disintegrate, whole soil moves and becomes void. We have to understand what components, what's composition of soil there. That is very, very complicated one, and actually we miss that sometimes. We first of all require very professional soil investigation report, which I don't see here. It's not criticism, it's a fact. We must have a comprehensive report worked and produced by some professional material testing laboratory. I'm talking of big projects, not very houses. That report must tell what this soil is. Depending upon what I ask that laboratory, at this point, at this point, and at this point, give me bore logs report and tell me which is best location you search out about bearing plate test. Then, if it is rock, give me rock report also, because rock is very important to be decided, because rock is different. Rock quality designation, RQD, that is also important information. Very, very soon parameter, value of N. There are parameters in soil mechanism. Where value of N is there, we will define what is that. That's one important one. Coefficient, this cohesion coefficient, cohesion, this in clay soil, and rock quality designation, where rock is what standard of like it is. There are parameters up to 10. Which one is, if it's 9, 8, 9, it's good, but there may be 2 or 3. There is some definition, I can't explain now. I'll discuss that with you later on. We have to decide such types of results. Based on that, we can say we will adopt this parameter for this soil. We cannot say that we have to decide ourselves which is best one, which is best for performance and optimized one. You cannot blankly say, because soil guy has, in this metal test report has said that we have to think on that as designer and to see which is best one for my building. Because we have to see future also. Laboratory guy won't say in future this can change. That guy would say it is today like this. Then this is my result. But that interpretation of future I have to assess as designer. Would there be change in future? Or there will rise in water table, or there is a drop in water table? That point we have to consider. That is part of design and assessment. Today I do something, tomorrow it may not work that way. That point you have to understand. And remember, water mobility of soil is very big problem. It never remains constant. Properties of soil always keep changing in our invisible structure, that is soil structure, below and surrounding soil both, not below alone. Our foundation is in soil envelope. Just like we say cladding is building envelope, soil is also an envelope for my foundation. This point is very important to be understood. It's completely gripping my foundation, and that grip can be loosened or can be more tightened both way. It can be lost. If suppose I provide clay envelope to my foundation, rain may damage it, flood may damage it, or capillary action from below. कैपिलरी एक्शन, खींचा हुआ पानी जो अपने आप पतला सा ऊपर को आ जाए. अब हिंदी में आपको ऐसे समझा सकता हूँ, और इंग्लिश में हम कैपिलरी एक्शन बोलते हैं उसको. इन आवर लैंग्वेज टर्मिनोलॉजी, water comes up and up automatically, and that is good for plantation, of course. Capillary action, these action can change my foundation life. So it's not simply I'm designing only, I'm trying to forecast about that, how shall it perform. That is very important. If I don't understand its performance in future, I am mistaking somewhere. RCC is one part, but RCC home is another part, and that foundation home is soil, which cannot be misinterpreted. Therefore, we have to consider every factor. If soil, water movement is dangerous, we have to be very careful. If there is a fluctuation in water level, season to season or year to year, we have to be very careful. You have seen lakes dry, many lakes have dried. So my soil can also dry, and I consider such porosity or such moisture content forever, but it dries out. If it dries out, it will shrink. It won't expand but shrink. So there can be loss between surface of foundation and soil, which means there can be a room for either tilting or settlement. That point must be understood very well. In that case, how can you recommend this type of foundation? You have to change that design. So you have to reach a point where it must be very strong strata. When I say strata, means same composition of strata. If it's sandy, or sand in that, or maybe something else, or a rock or soft, whatever is there in that strata, I have to bring my foundation to rest in that. Otherwise, I am subject to my building to risk of tilting or risk of settlement. It depends upon engineer, designer. It doesn't depend upon architect. Architect does not understand this philosophy thoroughly. They know it like CAT cat and RAT rat, BAT bat. They are not surgeon of structures. They are not surgeons of soil. Only engineers can do this surgery, or lab technicians shall support him. This is very complicated, particularly in you can say Montmore mineral based soils, or Montmore illonite, I mean to say a kind of mineral that is available in particularly very dangerous soils, and this changes electronics of soil completely. It can rebound your soil, it can go to any extent, and there are three types of that. Kaolonite, I'm not going to express my technicalities here. That depends upon when you study, or engineer goes into that type of study, which harms complete atomic structure of soil. Maybe you are surprised with that, but it applies to buildings and structures. So that terms must be well understood. We cannot simply say just consider one point and this is done. No, this is not. It takes some time and experience also. So why I am telling you, I have seen foundation settling or coming up, both. I have seen that. Basements people construct and later on say basement उठ गया जी, उठ गया जी बोलते हैं. They don't say something else. We call it something else. Upward thrust is there, some problem is there, and water has come in, or something happens in those because lack of awareness of designs, or designer did not, or there was no designer at all. Mason was designer, or CAT, RAT builder was there. He learned from all wrong buildings he constructed and applied the construction here as well. मेरी बिल्डिंग 50 साल से खड़ी है. That philosophy worked there and that designed. So if you want that kind of service, you are most welcome. You go to those builders, no problem to us. You can avail that service and spoil your future and money. And if you want professional service, you should search for that type of professional who understands this. That's up to you, not up to me to decide. We can only suggest, advise, like consultants, nothing more than that. Decision is yours. Here we are just telling you what can happen, what cannot happen, and this can happen. That's all to you. And if there's some other soil, fine, depends upon that. Every building is different and is different. Every soil is different. It depends upon where your building is, where you are doing it. It may be a plant big area where you have to fill it for many meters. So world changes there. I have seen plants where 2-3 meters filling was done before starting works. I have seen an LNG tank where lot of filling was done by granular material and then tank was started. LNG tank. Depends upon if you can use that type of material which does not wait for 50 years for consolidation like granular material, fine. It won't take 50 years because it's interlocked. It's granular, graded, engineered fill. It's not ordinary fill. If it's engineered fill, you're already getting 105% character. It works. You can structure. And then the research is also, they conduct research. This is a professional project. They make some reference points, and every 7 days they take readings of labels. How many, what level down it is, how much settlement is there, because this is heavyweight foundation, this is a container foundation, its oil is contained there or gas is contained there. LNG say it is liquid gas, minus 80-degree temperatures, and that there's a containment, and there's this is safety RCC and heavy load, so foundation can settle despite this granular fill. They operate and research it and then see, oh, at this point is there any more settlement. They do like that, and that's called record of surveys. They will do surveys like this after construction event and keep on that for years together. How many micromillimeter settlement has been achieved? If within limits, fine, or they take some other action on that. Well, that's too far I'm going, but just for indicative purposes I am telling you this is also done in civil construction. This is a part of our job. Ordinary structure is not that problem. It's not that problem anyway. So what structural mechanism is that? Means we have to completely understand whole structure together, not did put one column here and one or architect wants one column. No, that's not right way. Architect does not do right in this way. Don't think how many columns should be there. It only design can tell you, no one else. If architect wants something else, let him use cladding of that design. Let him not touch a structure. I don't want a structure be interfered by any architect, because architect is not perfect on that. That is a learner only. Architects only see a ticket or a red architect in the structure, and that's not allowed. He may be having whatever degree, but for a structure, he has no right to touch complications on structures. You use cladding, finish. There are various claddings, 3 space cladding, 3 means say different kinds of cladding. You can take any cladding and design your way. Who stops you? You cover structure, I don't mind, but don't interfere in structures. A structure is not your baby. You may come from America qualification, you come from wherever you want. It's not your baby, dear architect. Don't interfere in structures. If you interfere, you bring society to danger. Best way is keep off. Let doctor do its job. You are not doctor of that. You just cover it with cladding, I don't mind. I am not going to expose my structure to public. You expose cladding and do whatever design you want on that. Strong statement it is. And engineer must understand this. Every engineer. Do not be scared by this statement. It is your job. You are qualified for that. Do not be overlap what he says. Keep off if you want my design. Don't disturb. Because I am responsible for this practically. Because I am professional. You are professional. Respect. That's it. So that's what I am saying. Structural mechanism is not very easy. It depends on your personal involvement. It's not exclusively you are qualified degree holder or most graduate. It is your personal attention it requires. It is your concept it requires. Your mental calculation it requires, not simply calculator on or on software. How you think that the structure will behave, your software will not tell you. It will tell you stresses every. But how you expect this to behave, that is very important. And you cannot feed everything in your software. You cannot feed. Because so many criteria point are not even feedable. You cannot feed them. That is in your mind. So conduct of this behavior of building is very important to be understood. And then soil. It's not easy. It's very difficult. But if you have experience, it is easy. Sometimes we have to change the mechanism itself. You may say stress from here to here. We revisit stresses. We redistribute stresses. That is process. I'm not talking of that. But I'm talking of कैसे building सांस लेगी. When we kick it, how it will behave. That is understandable. And your codes won't tell that. For example, they are now talking of 4, 5, 6 IS code. Already it's defective code. Okay, you are operating that. Now you are going further on that and you will make it further complicated so that it is not practically implementable. You are considering something which is not relevant. Robust structure and that structure. People don't understand structure. How will you teach them first? That is the criteria. You decide how you want to teach them. Who understands here? In last code written, there should be qualified supervisor. What do you mean by that? In 456, there was written, assume that there shall be qualified supervisor. What is qualified supervisor? You have to specify. What is that supervisor? Supervisor are many classes, and what is structural supervisor? If a person does not understand anything, how can you supervise? Just pouring supervision you are talking, or you are talking working supervision, or what supervision you are talking? You have not clarified. And now you are further going to complicate that. It should be robust, it should be reliable. You are not understanding what is reliability, but you are saying it should be durable. Durability is a part of reliability, safety is a part of reliability, service is a part of reliability. These three contains everything. Now what is robust then? What is robust? You are going to use only a term for confusion. It should be understood by laymen. But no. You want to professor it. You want only professionals to understand it. Remember, laborers are not professors. You want your work to be implemented here, but you don't want to explain that a simple term. Site engineer is also not professor. That person only knows I have to do it, that's it. His objective is, his scope is do it. That's all. What is there, he cannot understand. He will follow your design, provided your design is constructionable. It can be easily constructed. If it cannot be constructed, he will make mistakes. Certainly. You do whatever you want to do, he will not comply with that. And because he has no time side here, he cannot write 50 questions to you. He will do his way. Though it's wrong, I know. I'm not supporting that. But problem comes when you produce a design, you deliver it, and side guy reads that. He cannot understand that. He cannot coordinate architectural drawings, and in the structural drawing itself there are clashes, and he has to write to you all time. Please clarify, please clarify, please clarify. If one drawing imports 25 questions, then what is meaning of that design? That is my arrogance. Okay, there's one question I understand. There can be two questions. But if I have to spend my time on site for this purpose, clarify, and then I have to receive that and coordinate, I am wasting my time on design defects rectification. Why don't you do it? Why don't you do it patiently? This is nothing new. This happens on all projects around the world. Because hands keep on changing. Today it's my hand, tomorrow it's in that person, and then this is the draftsman's hand. He changes so much, and nobody really takes into chat. Okay, we'll see. Issued for construction, let it go. Let it come back. Then issued for revision instead of. Why do you want this much? Ultimately, site and foreman and all those people have to implement it or prefabricate. Pre-stress, it's not possible everywhere. Then what? And how to do this work? That's also very important. People do not understand technology. Concrete technology has so vast stars now. People do not understand, and even engineers do not understand. It has expanded so much. Its structure, its impact, its chemical behavior, its physical behavior, its atmospheric behavior is very difficult to be clearly understood. So how you can rely upon simply leaving it to side person? You must devise something to explain to that person what precautions you must take. But I have not seen any drawing that contains that direction. That's not that. If we have, side guy has to decide himself how I will do it, then your job is incomplete. Why I am telling this? Structure work is not that easy. And that's what we are saying. People should know that. Because people should know that, that's why I am saying that structure is life of building. Foundations, I have told, they have to this type of foundation. This is superficial only. There are many more details we'll talk on. It's not complete one, but because I am talking to common man must understand what is architect, what is structural design engineer, and what is an engineer who works physically on that design. These three are there. And then also quality engineer, not fully involved in design and in execution, but that guy only examines work, investigates what we have done, or measures what we have measured in the sense of quality measures verticality, measures horizontal dimensions and controls, and so many other quality working, material working, means inspection of preparatory works, inspection of pouring, and then post concrete inspections. So quality, because I am talking of quality person automatically comes into play. Every quality person, from contracting and or from consultancy and or from designer, and it can be from wherever. I like designer has to inspect himself, but there are restrictions of that. I don't mind that. Question is, somebody should be involved at one point of time, and that is called test check or whatever check. So public should know that that's very important part of structure, because once a structure is laid, say erroneously, it's not very easy to reinstate that to its required position. Once it's mistaken, means mistaken, because material nature is like that. If there's a mistake in block masonry, say, if there's a mistake in brick masonry, it's not very expensive. You just remove that course or that wall and do it again. But concrete is not like that. It's a stone, artificial stone, and not small stone. It's whole stone. Full column is a stone. Full beam and slabs are stone. You can't remove that just like you remove block wall or stone wall or brick wall or whatever brick wall. You can't remove this so easily, because the nature of this is artificial RCC stone. Any mistake, whatever mistake you cause, for example, you don't do good curing according to requirement, can you treat that? You cannot treat. If you miss curing, you cannot repair that concrete. You cannot reinstate, even if you apply chemicals, injections, you cannot do that. Chemical injections can fill cavities, can fill micro cracks, but cannot induce curing into concrete atomic structure. Concrete structure cannot. So be careful. Design engineer must be careful. And of course, site engineers are always ignorant because of many reasons. They are tired, they are fatigued, arrogant. So many reasons are there. I don't, because they are always in a hurry. They are always in a hurry. And that's the problem. Well, I'm just trying to tell. Then we'll go further. As I said in this, see, for example, I'm trying to say that this is a combined footing here, as I said to you. You see, you see this one here, this one, yeah. This is one. This is a column here. Here is a border. There, you cannot go into others' building. You have a building here. You have a column here and another column here. Yes, here. This side, this end is free for you. So you have to combine this one. You have to combine these two foundations. And this is what we call combined footing. जोड़ दिया दोनों को. Only solution for that portion. And there is a long design, very lengthy structural design in that. Lengthy theory behind that. Theory and structural design both are there. That only we know. But if you go to this section here, how we do that? We have to calculate its thickness, we have to calculate all this, how with this projection, that portion, and then we have to provide some reinforcement in a different way, not exactly what you provide in others. For example, I have provided this width of this footing, depth of this footing by calculations, and there are different type of arrangements of its main bars, top and bottom, and there are some, you call in language rings, or means there are various rings in that. You see, legs of rings are there. This is very important in such type of footings. This is, we call it cross section here, and this was here a length section, longitudinal section in the length direction. And I have seen blinding concrete, so this is a common one. I have explained before what blinding is, and this is just means a general arrangement of this type of footing. And when I say different legs, it means something. In such type of footings, what I understand is that this is a system. This is not an ordinary system, and this gives some integrity to that two columns, because We have to consider many forces, axial difference, and we have to keep it in unison to whole building. So this is very specialist type of foundations which your people may not know, or those masons, those carpenters who just design it, they design it. Because I have seen such cases, people are confused about this. People do not understand sometimes what to do. If you explain to them, they say we do it, but they don't understand anything. It happened with me many times. You have to explain them in writing, you have to give them drawing and tell them, because there are so many considerations. Generally we say there are 5 leg and 8 leg strings or struts, you have to use struts. This is technically very complicated, I am not going to explain to you that one, but this is general trend in this. If we are going to do it as such, or if you are going to use this combine, as I said, all join all beams, then this won't be required. If you say connect all columns by beams, and this won't work. There shall be no need of this, and there shall be no need of this separate foundation. This one also, in that case you won't need this one. This type of footing won't be required here. If we connect all columns, which I prefer, I don't prefer this type or this type. These are children's design. Children design like this. I call them kids design, and I don't prefer this, and I also don't prefer this. I prefer this one, as I showed to you. That is different. I prefer, as I showed to you. I just refresh what I showed to you. I prefer this type. This one. All columns, you have connected them. I connect all them, and there's another line is showing that's for damper. See it again, paper. If you do this, means you need not worry about other details. There's a benefits of that also, because we are providing considerable depth of beam here. Depth of beam you are providing considerably, and that depth of beam can be used elsewhere. How it can be used? It can be used in different ways. Say, as I said, say 1.2 meters depth you are using up to whatever level. Foundation is 1.2 meter deep or 1.5 meter depth. You are doing this beam you are doing, and this small damper you are making, and then you will backfill all. If there is no basement, then what to do? You want some water storage. Say you want have fire water storage below for your use and fire use both. We can take some portion in that foundation, between foundation, and don't fill that one. If you say 1 meter depth is this beam, you can fill 60 centimeter water in that area, say between 1 bay or 2 bays of that, and that portion you cover structurally, and other you fill for floor. You can have enough water storage in that building, and you can directly connect water supply from that point to this one. It will help you for storage, as well as if there is fire, you can use that water. It can be 10,000 tons. It can be, 10 cubic meter, 15 cubic meter in some cases. You can store that. It is RCC. You can use it for that purpose rather than using another tank separately. You can go for this tank below also. It depends upon you what sort of structure you are using. It can work in a better way, and that's purpose of this foundation. First of all, you are going to use it without any clash, free connections. You can check CG of building where the balance is no balance there. If there is a load balance, this is fine, but this is I'm just trying to tell you superficially. There's a lot of calculations in this to be done. Lot of work is to be care about. I'll move little this way. Light is on my. So what that one we have to see very carefully. And engineers know about this. Only point is we have to consider that it may cost not much, little difference, but you are saving complete brickwork here. No brickwork, only RCC in your foundation. No brickwork is there. You are getting protection from RCC because it's not clay and bricks are not available to specifications. Not available. If you use this, you can start column from that top of beam, but still should go down. It still should be from the same place. I constructed some buildings in this design. Even though I showed in this small span 5 meters, but in one building I used 11 meters span and using this criteria. It is, of course, it requires supervision because it is RCC work. It's not plain brickwork. You need some detailed drawings and you need work on that. I may like to show you actually, if I can show you immediately. I maybe have in my calculator this one. I remember now. I will just like to keep you abreast of that. I show you I did that. Just the reflection of that. I just remember it is there. Yes, it is there. It is there. Yeah, got it. This is foundation plan. Let's show the one. You see, there's a in second framing. There's a tank here. To one small way, I'll show you here. Just a look. You know this here. This there's a tank here. Water stored there in this below this. I mean to say in same beam. There's no backfill in that, but water fill. I'm just showing structure of here, and this was excavation plan. I did excavation plan also for this. Excavation plan, how to excavate that. This hatching line. It's not simply we leave it to excavator operate someone. We have to decide how to do that. And this is some better than this. There is framing. One framing is the structural framing is there. Vertically it is means columns and beams connections. Vertical framing. Before also I showed in some just reminding that, and you can see this one here. This staircase is very important in this. I just kept rise 12.5 centimeter, 125 millimeter. And this is a slab. Double layer slab, not single layer. It's 8 mm slab, 8 mm diameter, top and bottom. So I converted slab to thin beam. Thin plate you may say, not beam, plate. Well, I'm just closing that because it's not very clear. Now, I just try to show what sort of drawing. This is only few structural drawings I used in, but there are so many more, and every layer plan of architectural and services. I think many drawings are there, and this is not very big building, keeping in view our field. All drawings were prepared, each and every detail was prepared. I worked on that soil. I watched behavior of that soil for many months just to understand what that is. And actually it is clay level at that point. It is clay, and I was worried about that. So I just decided to replace that. I removed 30 centimeter, 1 foot, completely removed that, and placed with granular material. First placed 40 mm or 1.5 inch, I don't know what you say, mopsy, that one, and this gaps was filled with 12 mm, 20 mm aggregate, 20 mm nominal, and then jeera, what you call 6 mm, and then completely filled in or locked and compacted that one. Over that I did my blinding concrete. Blinding concrete, first concrete to fill up all uneven roughness or levels, just bring it to smooth surface. Means formation level, formation level was done by soil improvement. And not only this, that I did only for foundation horizontally, but vertically also. When I backfilled, I did not backfill directly, but I used reverse sand vertically and supported by other soil. In patches I covered that. I did not prefer that water should or clay should touch RCC, because here I used RCC wall for retention purpose, because it was a basement. I used RCC wall around periphery. So I did not like clay to touch that because it harms. That's what my thought was. You may take different approach, I don't mind. And I did not backfill also with soil for information. All these beams, whatever space was there, was required to be filled with. No, I did not accept clay fill which was excavated. Okay, money is there required for that purpose. I got reverse sand and filled that. No problem, because in river sand, no need of compaction. It automatically fills in. When bulking factor of sand is removed, it doesn't automatically downs. No, it takes automatically. No need of compaction. It's done everywhere on international projects. Here people are just moving in 1930s. They are not advanced. You cost factor they check for every item. Point is that. You are not doing compaction, try to understand. You must compact every layer of 15, 20 to 50, 200 mm to 15, 150 mm. Who does it? I've not seen anywhere. People just fill in, that's it. And they result in all complete kachra projects. These people are working. L&T people, Faridabad Smart Cities Limited. They are working a big project here. I told you many times. They are working on disposal of storm water, drains, and actually those are not drains, those are reservoirs, they are doing boxes. And such a construction is kachra construction. I don't think even lowest category of Arab country would do it. Even Egypt will not do that. But they are doing here. And they are happy with that. No one is there to see what they are doing. No compaction of soil, no backfill compaction, nothing, no care of concrete. There's honeycombing, there's porosity, there are voids, there's everything. They are just doing for sake of doing and nothing else. Engineers are not seen, they are not there. Government is not seen, but they are doing. This is great. All steel is rusted, nobody cares, but they are doing. Okay, what can I do? I complain, nobody listens. No one listens. I put photographs, 60, 70 photographs, nobody cares, they remove those photographs. I put on their Facebook to tease them, they remove those photographs. So here, no one listens if you complain. This is different management. You have no right to complain, they remove your photographs. But from my Facebook they cannot remove. But who reads my Facebook? Who has time for all this? Means if you want to do something here, you cannot do it. That's why I'm trying. Just if you receive this, if you understand this, fine. I am not losing anything. That's what you can do something, provided somebody cooperates. If someone doesn't cooperate, I have no choice. But I expect our engineers of this country should open their eyes. Their eyes are closed. They have brain, everything, they are smart, they are smart because they are working overseas. They are very smart. Why are you not smart here? What problem? You say political pressure, honors pressure, they don't listen to us. I agree. They don't listen to you. They will never listen to you. Of course they will not listen to you. So what can I do and what can you do? You're right. Submit to them. But then don't claim you're engineer. If you claim you are engineer, then don't accept that. If you accept that, then you are not engineer simply. Engineering certificate got no meaning. Just like a doctor certificate got no meaning if that doctor doesn't treat patient. It's just the paper, nothing else. If I am an engineer, I would not care about politician or about whosoever. It's not practical. I won't get jobs, okay. This is end. But if I do just like a servant only, then I am not an engineer. But I am signing, don't forget. If you sign as engineer, it is not politician's responsibility. And it's not architect's responsibility. It's not owner's responsibility. It is yours responsibility. No one's responsibility. You cannot deny that. Or don't sign, just be an office boy of architect or someone else. Then don't act as engineer. Don't insult engineer. If you cannot have risk, you cannot do anything. I have seen this climate here. Engineers absent climate. Engineers are absent from field. And those who know nothing, they are there. They spoil your money, they spoil building, and you are happy. Okay, fine. How can you help people in that case? I cannot help. No one. And therefore, I refuse to everyone. If you don't listen, get out. Simple. People come as if we are magicians. We are not magicians. We are human beings. And we are technical people. If you ask me to do your way, I cannot do. I will do only my way, engineer's way, as far as work is concerned. If you don't accept, no problem. Go to a shop which is for you. Go to architect shop or go to who's our shop. I am not a shopkeeper here. I don't know to sell to you. Then you say, how will you get money? Yes, I'm not getting money, finish, no problem. But just for money you are living. You are living only for money. Then how can you change people? I don't understand when you go to other country, how you work there. There you work, and more than you work required. You work everything. You teach others there. You teach all Arabic people. You teach all English people. I have many English people. Though we say English are very no, they are not. They are same way as we are. Here we don't do, there we do. That is difference. That is the real difference. We can do there, we cannot do here. That's the problem. So what I am saying, I am not arguing anything. My purpose is to tell people, open your eyes. If you want to die in a building, okay, use it. I am not going to do that. I am fighter. I am fighter with everybody. And you know, fighter cannot make money. And my destination is not money. I have 2 chapati, I am happy with that. I don't want pizza. Finish. I am happy with 1 chapati. But I am not going to compromise. It's your building. Do whatever you want. If you want monkeys and donkeys for your buildings, up to you. It's the standard word in English people. If you want to use monkeys, use monkeys. No problem. Don't call yourself that you are lion, because you are monkey. Nobody bothers here if buildings fall, collapse. Nobody bothers here something. Nobody bothers here. This is beauty of my country. That people submit, they compromise. And that is the reason this is quality-less country. Bharat has no quality at all. We are rubbish nation as far as quality is concerned. Complete quality, missing only stamp. That's all. And we are fearful society. Better than us are advocates. They know nothing but they are in power. Judges are in power, they know nothing but they are in power. Politicians know nothing, they are in power. Those who know something, they are not in power. Doctors are doing a lot, they don't know mask to see. Tali bajao, bas. Only this is quality. Thali bajao, tali bajao, ghanti bajao. Our quality is ghanti, our quality is thali, our quality is tali. This is our quality. If you want to be happy with tali bajao, building ban jayegi, tali bajao. Okay. What to do? My purpose is different. My purpose is to let people know what should be done. If they do not know, no problem to me. I have no problem at all. Your money, your future, your house, for your building, for your children. If you want them rubbish, okay, kachra, let them stay in kachra. If you want to convert your money to kachra, to rubbish, to rags, convert it. Not my problem, because I am not permanent here. One day I have to die. You are permanent. You do whatever you want. This is not a teasing statement. This is a reality check. People are not happy with quality. I have met such people who say, I don't want zero defect building. I have seen such people. And with, I asked that man, he didn't come back. I'll show you another example. Really very strange experiences I have here. And I like, of course, I like those experiences because that teach me itself, that would teach you and everybody what we think, what our society thinks, and we are very well qualified to remain slaves, I can say, because our minds are slaves, and we are good in that part. We should remain slaves forever. Because some test result I had. Come on. Yeah, I got it. I asked somebody to get me some soil from your, he was excavating and working on. I asked him, stop it, don't continue. That person wanted me to help. I said, I will help you, but if you stop construction now, he was excavating, I put machine there. I don't accept this design, what you are showing me. That was a drawing. I said, I don't accept this. If you want, stop it, hold on. And get me some sample of soil. He brought some soil sample. I called his contractor. I showed him that this is design, this type of design. If you can do, fine. Otherwise, don't discuss with me. Well, that contractor was not happy with my statement. And then our soil sample came. I'll see this soil. See his sample here. See this test. This is just not laboratory test. This is random test of soil. I just put that in glass of water and see various layers of the soil. How you see in this water container, water glass. You can see clay clearly, clay, chikne mitti, and other particles. Are you happy with this sample? This is the result of the small soil. And you can see that. This other one, same one. As an engineer, what do you think? What this soil is? This is depicting clay content, silt content. And you see turbidity. So what will you suggest? Shall you accept this? It's okay, fine. That man did not come back after that. I thought he will not come back because here people don't want to listen all this. But I always check that. I told him, don't do it. This gentleman never came back, and I don't mind that. I know he will not come back. I knew it very well. Because if you tell something to someone, they are convinced by contractors, because contractors are very good salesmen. They know how to convince people, and salesmanship always wins. They sell you something and run away. When there's a calamity on you, they won't come back. This is our beauty. I know it very well. That's why I never go behind them. I know they are not good people. They just want to cheat people and run away. So if you are happy with cheats, no problem. You remain with cheats. Who says? I am very unsuccessful, I know, but I do not feel unhappy with that. It's culture here. You cannot change culture. Our working culture is that. Our design culture is that. Our supervision culture is that. And public culture is ultimately that. People do not want good work. People do not need good work. Reason is maybe their money is number 2. They got money free of any hard work, so they don't value that. That could be one reason. नंबर 2 का पैसा है, लगा दो, देखा जाएगा जो क्या करना है. ओके, मत करो, मेरा क्या जा रहा है? मेरे से कुछ नहीं जा रहा भाई. ठीक है, मैं नहीं कमा रहा, क्या हो गया? कमाने के लिए बदम है. हर जिंदगी में हर समय कमाने का सोचेंगे तो बस कमाना ही हमारा एम्बिशन हो गया ना। मेरा ही एम्बिशन इज नॉट कमाना। अगर कमाना होता वाई शुड आई गो टू इंजीनियरिंग? कुछ भी काम खोल लो, कर लो, क्या है उसमें? नो नीड ऑफ डूइंग ऑल दिस। अगर कमा नहीं होगा तो आप चोरी कर लो, बैंक डकैती डाल लो, वो भी चलती है, वो भी उसके भी परफेक्शन चाहिए। स्मगलिंग कर लो, उसमें भी कमा सकते हो। क्यों सब कॉलेज जाना, धक्के खाना, दिमाग खराब करना, दिन रात पढ़ना, किसके लिए? इनको सपोर्ट करने के लिए, चोरों को? मैं अपनी डिग्री, अपनी इंजीनियरिंग की इन बदमाशों के लिए यूज़ करूँ? क्यों करूँ भाई? मेरा लास्ट ये आंसर है। मैं इन बदमाशों का नौकर नहीं हूँ, मैं इन राजनीति वालों का नौकर नहीं हूँ, मैं इन बदमाश प्रमोटरों का नौकर नहीं हूँ कि मैं इनके पैसे से जीऊँगा। मेरी किस्मत अच्छी है, मैं बाहर काम किया, छोड़ गया डीडीए, मैं डीडीए में था, चोर डिपार्टमेंट था, आज भी चोर है। मेरे सब साथी वहीं थे, सब वहीं रहे, मैं चला गया तो छोड़ के भाड़ में जाओ। अरे पैसा ही कमाने का सब कुछ होता है क्या? चोरी कर लो उसके लिए। तभी इस कंट्री की ऐसी की तैसी हो गई, ऐसे लोगों की वजह से। धन्यवाद। मैं ज़्यादा गाली वाली किसको नहीं दूंगा, बहुत टाइम हो गया। धन्यवाद, वेरी वेल, थैंक यू।